anything around the malls. That's traffic mitigation, it's smash and grab operations, and often it does fall on the 110 precinct. So the idea of having a satellite office in and around the mall, I'm not going to say necessarily around the holiday seasons, but it is something that we have requested in the past. And again, it gained a little bit of traction. It's somewhat semi-supported, but it never officially took off. And it's something we've had on our items for quite some time.
Good, got it. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We did get some
thank you.
like on the park, and we need to revisit that with the administration.
Thank you so much, Brooklyn.
Thank you.
And thank you so much. And I do want to take a quick moment to shout out the staff. Michael Mallon, it's been a pleasure working with you. Khalil has taken the reins ever since Marcelo's been gone. So I do appreciate that. And I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge the hard work that went into this. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. Thank you to staff. All right, we'll go now to Community Board 5.
Gary Giordano. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for the opportunity, dear Borough President Richards, and all your wonderful staff members and the city council members and their staff, the chairpersons of the Queens Community Boards and their staff members. Thank you for your dedication and for your care about the city of New York and your individual communities and the Borough of Queens. Looking at the big picture is more and more pressure on the United States of America. I know this is more local, but we're involved in the Middle East. The Russians are in the Ukraine. The Chinese are in the South China Sea, and there's a lot of pressure on our country and on our communities as well, with people trying to escape. I believe most of them. I know there are cartels and that sort of thing, with the asylum seekers and the migrants trying to escape very, very bad conditions, chaos, violence in their countries. And I think this is just a symbol of, or the result of what's going on in their countries and the crazy conditions that are in their countries. And, we have people in Queens and the city of New York from all of these countries where people are trying to escape the worst of them and get in here. So I think that needs to be said, because if our country's in trouble, then our state is in trouble, our city's in trouble, and I don't want to gloss over that. I'm concerned about the expense budget and basic services or services that we've considered basic in these times of fiscal difficulty. I am grateful that the mayor and the city council and I guess Borough President Richards, that more sanitation services have been provided this year and last year, and I hope most of that continues. We have a big illegal dumping problem in our community and overflowing litter baskets, and we need that collection to continue 6 or 7 days a week along our commercial strips. But the illegal dumping in a lot of neighborhoods is a big problem. Public safety is always a priority, I think, for most people, most sections of the city. And of course, I don't want to live in a police state, but the number of police officers that are assigned to our precinct has dropped dramatically. And I'm sure that's true in many other precincts. And Christian pointed out very well that quality of life issues, and it just seems that violent incidents, a lot of which involve mental health problems, are at least getting a lot of press and scaring a lot of people. So that needs to be dealt with. And like I said, I don't want to live in a police state, but we need enough police officers to be able to successfully deal with these conditions and not go from one 911 call to another. As far as public safety goes, the fire department is very important, and we ask that there be no reductions in engine and ladder companies or staffing in those engine and ladder companies. I think that's very important. Senior citizen services need to be preserved. People are getting older, and if they can stay at home, it's better for them in many cases. And I think that it's more economical. Youth services, in my opinion, that began with David Dinkins and the big increases of youth services, funding for youth services, it has been a very important factor in increasing civility in the city of New York, and reducing crime. So it certainly cannot be all police department, police department, police department. We have to lower the temperature in the communities. And I think those youth organizations that are doing a good job have been a godsend to our city and our individual communities.
All right,
As far as, I'm sorry.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. As far as capital budget goes, some of our most important projects are sewer projects. And I think that's true for a lot of people. And we need the sewer system improved in a portion of Glendale, Queens. We cover Ridgewood, Maspeth, Middle Village, and Glendale. And we need the sewer system improved in Eastern Glendale. And I'm hoping that that sewer project comes to fruition. I think it's SC 877, and it would be along 77th Avenue and adjacent streets from 80th Street at least until 88th Street. As far as our parks go, Mafera Park, the dirt ball field, well, the turf ball field is very deteriorated. It's the only soft surface ball field for Ridgewood and Glendale, and the total population in Ridgewood and Glendale is over 100,000 people. So that turf ball field at Mafera Park, that a lot of us call Farmers Oval, is very important. Climate change, what we can do locally.
And Gary, on that park, we actually did put some capital in, I think with Holden. So we put about $500,000 in. I just got to find out if it's fully funded.
Yeah, I'll find out.
And we'll find out and get back to you on Mafera.
So there's different components of the park. So
okay,
I think what's funded is the playground.
Oh, okay, I think that's right.
I think so,
Right.
from what I know. But the turf field, where, like I say, it's the only soft surface ball field in Ridgewood or Glendale, population over 100,000 people, is very deteriorated. And when you have a turf field, that whatever that was, the rubber is coming up out of the field. So, it becomes an environmental issue for those that, or a health issue that are for those who are enjoying the field.
Got it.
And street tree plantings. I want to plug street tree plantings. The trees cost too darn much. Street trees beautify neighborhoods and reduce pollution. But the cost of these trees being well over $2,000 per tree now, to me is just too much. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for all the good that all of you do.
Thank you. And on the infrastructure projects, and you follow up with Kat in my office to sort of get a status report so we can get one from DEP on that project.
All right, I thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Gary. All right, we'll move on to Community Board 6 now.
Good morning, Borough President Richards, and thank you for taking the time to listen to our community's requests. My name is Christine Nolan, and I'm the Community Coordinator here at Community Board 6. I'd like to talk about two of our top capital budget priorities, the number one being senior affordable housing, and the second being sewer improvements. As you can see, traveling down Queens Boulevard, there was a great deal of development going on in our community. Some of it is as of right, and some through rezoning. Whenever possible, CB6 fights for the maximum amount of affordable housing. However, we can't forget about our seniors. Sometimes as our residents age, their circumstances change, and this unfortunately causes them to have to leave the community that they spent so many years in. We want our seniors to be able to stay in our community, close to their favorite stores, close to their doctors, close to their friends and families. In addition, we need to fund programs like Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is a top priority for us for many reasons. Food insecurity has certainly increased since COVID, but so has senior isolationism. Meals on Wheels isn't simply a meal delivery service. This and many services like it combat senior isolationism with daily interactions and act as wellness checks. These are often the first people that recognize when there is an issue with one of our seniors and can assist them in getting help. I can't speak about development or housing without speaking about our number two capital budget priority, sewer improvements. As more and more people move into our community, we need to upgrade the sewers to meet the demands. During Hurricane Ida in 2021, our community had devastating flooding. Someone from our community even passed away. While we know that sewer infrastructure may not be the only factor contributing to flooding in today's climate, we need to do better. We may not be able to change the weather patterns, but we can be better prepared when these extreme weather events happen. Let's be proactive in expanding the sewer infrastructure and making sure the existing infrastructure is maintained regularly instead of just reacting to issues as they arise. We need regular inspections and cleaning of catch basins and extra attention to these locations in the days preceding an anticipated rain event. We know these are not issues unique to Forest Hills and Rego Park. I'm sure many of the community boards in this room are facing similar issues. Therefore, we ask that you continue to prioritize them. Thank you for your continued support of Forest Hills and Rego Park.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. And I know we're bringing Borough Hall in your block is
That's right.
coming to your community, so we'll
February.
have a lot of tours and discussions on these matters, believe over the course of like the next few weeks. So we look forward to working to address many of these issues. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ready. We'll now hear from Community Board 7. Marilyn?
Good morning, Borough President, Deputy President Ebony Young, members of the City Council, and of course our condolences to Paul Vallone and his family. Paul was a councilman in Community Board 7, so it's a big hurt for us. Community Board chairs, my fellow district managers, honored guest, on behalf of Community Board 7, I would like to take the opportunity to present testimony on the fiscal year 2025 submissions. Our number one capital submission is, and everybody feels this, a new precinct within Community Board 7, which is desperately needed. Based on the stats of the 109 precinct, which has been the highest crime precinct in the city, we desperately need public safety, equity, and our very underserved community board. This precinct will supplement our heavily overburdened 109 precinct, which has been in our budget since 1984. Construction of the 28th Avenue from Whitestone Expressway Service Road to College Point Boulevard and 127th Street from 14th to 23rd Avenues. This heavily utilized main artery within the district connects the communities of Whitestone and College Point. The road has extensive flooding problems. I guess everyone has the flooding problems at DEP. And this extensive roadbed is sinking. Major road construction and sewer work is necessary in order to bring these streets up to grade. Construction of Willets Point Phase 3 is priority 6 and has been neglected by the city for too long. The need of total construction to include sidewalks, roadbeds, sewers, and street lighting. Yet, over the years, the legitimate businesses have paid real estate, sewer, and water taxes without getting capital reconstruction they so desperately need. We have extensive flooding problems, and non-existent roadbeds are full of craters, making it impossible for drivers to navigate the area, and reconstruction projects should be funded and coordinated by both DOT and DEP. Reconstruction of Ulmer Street from the Whitestone Expressway Service Road to 25th Avenue, our priority 8, is main access into College Point. This road collapses, causing drivers to lose control. Therefore, the roadbed must be surcharged, the sewers placed on piles, and other to prevent streets from collapsing again. And last, our reconstruction of 28th Avenue from Linden Place to College Point Boulevard. The street is an access road into College Point as well as the corporate park. This roadbed has been in deplorable condition for over 25 years, and the condition is worsening. The police academy sidewalks and exterior walls are being compromised by conditions of the road and also by Queens Bus Service Depot. Borough President, Board 7 is asking and hopes that you will entertain and also do whatever necessary to take care of these items so desperately needed. And I mean, if you notice, the focus on most of the boards that presented today was a major problem with DEP. So hopefully something can be done about this. And we thank you so much, yourself and your staff.
Thank you. And as you know, for the precinct, there is an ongoing study for that. So once that study is completed, then we'll have a lot more additional information from the Adams administration on that. And then on these current projects that you're asking for reconstruction of roads, we'll have staff follow up on those things with DOT.
Thank you.
And then Willets Point Phase 3, I'm pretty sure is going to move forward. So, I mean, it's snaking its way through the process now, but pretty
Oh,
confident that.
absolutely, because you have the 23 in the center that's being taken care of by EDC. So the roads and the sewers will be taken care of. This is the other 40 acres around it that needs that help.
Yep. Trust me, it's coming.
Slowly but surely after 20 years. Great. Thank you so much, Borough President.
Thank you. All righty. We'll go to Community Board 8. Marie Adamovi.
President Richards, elected representatives, board members, colleagues, and esteemed guests. My name is Marie Adam Ovid. I am the district manager for Community Board 8. Well, each year our community board members elicit information from the community and prioritize our budget request. Unfortunately, our needs remain the same since the city has failed us in implementing the solutions that we sought. We are disappointed yet again this year with the preliminary budget response. Our number one capital budget priority is still to upgrade the electrical wiring at Briarwood Family Shelter to facilitate window units for air conditioning. After making this request for over a decade, I think it's probably 15 years, the Department of Homeless Services is still studying this issue. This is while families with children sleep in temperatures that ride over 90 degrees in the summer. In that same building, the staff has air conditioning. So I must ask again this year, as I've done in years past, why do the homeless sleep in subways? Sleeping in an air conditioning subway car seems more comfortable than sleeping in the Briarwood Family Shelter in the heat of the summer. Heat kills. We cannot allow ourselves to forget that Eyewitness News reported a few years ago the death of a beautiful 5-month-old baby due to overheating in a New York City shelter. Her name was Anaya. I must ask again, how many Anayas must die before shelters are provided with air conditioning? Community Board 8 voted in support of allocating 1% of the city's budget for the Parks Department a few weeks ago. Our parks and playgrounds provide clean air and respite from our hot and crowded city. They proved to be vital to many of our residents during the pandemic and lockdown. That can happen again. Unfortunately, the Department of Parks and Recreation tasked to maintain our parks and our city trees does not have enough funds. Years after the Million Trees NYC initiative, the planting of the millionth tree was celebrated by the previous administration. It is imperative that our city be proactive by maintaining these trees before they become a liability. I look forward to the day when we can all celebrate proper funding so that forestry can properly maintain these trees. I look forward to the day when I can tell our residents with confidence that the overgrown city tree will be pruned before it damages your roof. Or your sidewalk that were damaged by the city tree will be repaired in a reasonable time. This can only be realized with proper funding. We continue to advocate for the maintenance and upgrade of our infrastructure. For instance, the Department of Transportation needs standalone funding for curb repair. This will encourage property owners to repair their broken sidewalk within the 75 days as directed in the notice. Instead, they usually wait for a decade for a city contract to repair this sidewalk because that's the only way their curbs can be repaired. This results and sidewalks that remain defective for longer, causing injury to pedestrians. Gatos Avenue between 168th Street and 178th Street needs reconstruction. It was not built to its fully mapped street. A portion of the street, half of it, has vegetation instead of asphalt and no sidewalk on one side. The Department of Transportation recommended that we bring this matter to you, our board president, our city and state legislators once again this year for funding. This street abuts St. John's University. According to the local civic leader, it has not been resurfaced since the Reagan administration. That is not acceptable. Lastly, Community Board 8 held hybrid meetings for a few months in 2022. This resulted in better attendance for both CB8 members, community residents. This included people with disabilities who could not have attended in person. Unfortunately, community boards do not have their own meeting spaces. They rely on schools, houses of worship, and not-for-profit agencies for space. This makes it almost impossible for hybrid meetings so we can reach more residents. So I urge our elected representatives against this year to earmark funds for community boards to conduct hybrid meetings, along with the technical support that we need to make it happen. Our board thanks you in advance for any assistance you can provide with all our needs. And I just wanted to add that this testimony is really from me, the district manager, and the chairperson, since the full board hasn't had a chance to meet and submit a full report. So you will be receiving something more thorough once our board had a chance to review it, since the mayor's budget was late this year. A week is not really enough time for us to set up a meeting with all our board members and provide a very thorough response. And thank you so much for all you do, your staff, and we look forward to your help with getting some of these things done.
Now, Marie, I'm confused at DOT asking us for money. They have a huge capital budget. So that is, so if they're telling you to come, and even if they're going to request capital funding, have you requested they should put it on their ask list to us when we meet with them, they've never brought up this location to us. So you should ask them, why haven't they brought this location up to the borough president, even if they wanted funding? But even outside of that, we should get them and ask them to prioritize this role. They have a budget certainly every year where they do this sort of work. So let's follow up on that. And I've just instructed Michael Mallon to definitely get in touch with you on this DHS issue. Like that should be resolved ASAP. I mean, assuming, and once again, I have to, because we don't know what the capital asks are, and I'm getting, we get a lot of requests for schools to get AC. So we're always going to prioritize that as well, because that's where a majority of our kids are during the day. Not to say that DHS shouldn't do this. So we just need to get to the bottom line of that. Because this is the second year requesting this. So we should get to the bottom of this.
Yes. I pray that no child dies because of lack of AC in a homeless shelter ever again.
We all pray for that. We all pray for that. But once again, air conditioning could be an astronomical ask. So we need to figure it out, because every shelter is it's impossible for every shelter to have AC. It's not, but we should check to certainly make sure that this one does.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to go to CB9.
Good morning, Borough President. Good morning, staff. Good morning, council members. My name is James McClellan. I'm District Manager, Community Board 9, which represents Woodhaven, Ozone Park, Richmond Hill, and Kew Gardens, affectionately known as Works. Before I go on, my deepest condolences to the Vallone family. Every time I used to see Paul, I used to tell him that Perry was my favorite Vallone brother. But it was an honor to work with him on some veterans issues. So may he rest in peace. And I also think Florence and I should get an extra $1 million in a budget for being here in person. I think so. Just a few things.
Don't push it, buddy.
I tried. So just a few issues. I know you're coming to our district, Borough Hall on your block. And one of the two locations I've been speaking to Brittany about that I may bring you to is the triangle on Metropolitan Avenue and the Van Wyck Expressway. There's an MTA station there that's owned by DOT. And we still, unfortunately, have homeless, drug use, dirt, rats, hypodermic needles. So it's something that we like to see clean up because, as you know, the station is well used by not only adults, but by students who are traveling to high school. So we like to clean up that area.
And we also, I think last year I requested DOT to look at that specific location for lighting and improvements
Yes, sir.
specifically for it. So I look forward to definitely doing it.
So that's one location. The other one is 100th Street between 103 and 101st Avenue. It's a decast trestle, which will be hopefully the future home for the Queens Way. But it's dilapidated. It needs repairs. It needs lighting. We like to see restricted parking on the side of this trestle so trucks don't have a hard time navigating. Sometimes ambulances are stuck because they can't get through. So that's something else that we're going to look into. And with your help, we hope to get that accomplished. I want to thank the borough president for funding improvements at Phil Rizzuto Park. That would include the basketball courts and the handball courts. So we greatly appreciate that. We're also asking for upgrades to the ball field and a possible synthetic track around the ball field because it's the, as you know, the park is used by the community. Additionally, we've been asking for the 102 police precinct parking lot to be resurfaced. It has craters. It's not safe. And we think that they should have a place to park their cars safely. But I also want to thank the police department for their aggressive stance on derelict vehicles. Last week, we were able to get rid of 25 cars. So I want to thank them. One of the issues is making tow companies more involved, maybe make it more attractive for them to get rid of these cars. So I don't know what that looks like, but I think the city needs to look at that so we can get more tow companies to get
Well, part of the problem is they're not allowed to.
No, I think it's they're not they're not making money, I guess, you know, and it needs to be relooked at, or I don't know.
I'm thinking on the trucks. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking on the big truck.
Yeah, so that's something that we need to look at. I'm glad that sanitation was spared the budget cuts. Our sanitation garage does an outstanding job. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Superintendent Tommy Incerillo, who's always responsive, and he's been instrumental in helping getting these cars off the street. So the last but not least, one of our schools is asking for a culinary classroom in Richmond Hill High School. They want to expand their hospitality curriculum, and that would include building this, I think it's $1 million to build this classroom. That would be a full state-of-the-art kitchen. And the principal has reached out to us and asked if we could advocate for that project. So
we just gave them $750K this year. I can't remember.
Was it for the classroom? I could reach out to the principal.
I don't know what it's for.
And then one thing else is we all know that, you know, food insecurity has been a problem. I want to give a shout out to the River Fund on Lefferts Boulevard. It's comforting and disheartening to see the line around the block to get food. But they do an outstanding job, and I'd like to see them get some discretionary funding from our council members so they can continue their mission. So with that, I want to thank you all. It's a pleasure working with Khalil. You made a good decision, Mr. Borough President, and Brittany Scott, it's a pleasure also, and all your staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get back to you on Richmond
Thank
Hill
you, sir.
High School.
And I look forward to Borough on the Block.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All righty. We'll now go to CB10. Karen?
Good morning, Borough President Richards, Council Speaker Adams, members of the City Council, and Community Board Chairs. My name is Karen Peterson. I'm District Manager of Community Board 10, which represents Howard Beach, South Ozone Park, parts of Ozone Park, and parts of Richmond Hill. We request your support for all of CB10's capital budget priorities. Construction of new schools continues to be our first capital budget priority. Every child needs and deserves a seat in a school that is not overutilized. That need is even more critical now as the pandemic clearly showed the need for additional space to accommodate all our children in a safer setting in their schools. The aftermath of the pandemic now is showing that many of our children require smaller class sizes to adequately address educational deficits that have resulted due to their being out of traditional classroom settings for extended time periods. More classrooms are needed. Space for additional support services is needed. We also request your continued support for all our expense budget priorities. Assigning additional personnel to the 106 precinct is our top expense budget priority, as it has been for years. Our call for more officers is not just driven by the current crime situation in our city. Historically, our crime has been growing. We have experienced increases in major felony crime consistently over the last 2 decades. The rate of major felony crime in relationship to our population also continues to increase, as does the number of 311 quality of life calls for police services. These increases are of great concern to our residents. At just about any civic associating meeting anywhere within our district, residents voice their concerns about crime and quality of life. They also voice such concerns on various social media sites. We continue to see a disconcerting pattern of increases in major felony crimes against persons as opposed to property crime. We are seeing that the percent of major felony crime occurring in our precinct in relationship to crime occurring overall in Patrol Borough, Queens South, has been increasing as well in recent years. Simply, our share of Southern Queens crime is increasing each year, and our personnel levels are not keeping pace. The increases in both crime and quality of life complaints indicate that although our precinct personnel work hard to reduce them, we do not have sufficient officers to address crime and the many of thousands of quality of life complaints our residents report to 311 each year. Although we received some new officers, there have been no real net personnel gain as officers continue to retire and/or seek jobs in other police departments at a higher rate of pay. The educational needs of our children and the need to provide for the public safety are major issues in CB10. However, they are not the only priorities we urge you to fund. We also urge that you insist in moving all our other priority projects forward, as they will address resiliency, roadway, sewer, and park improvements needed in our district. In the interest of time, my comments continue in the written material you'll have before you. Again, I thank you for your past support and look forward to your continued support for projects desired by the people served by CB10. This concludes my oral statement. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, we'll go to CB 11.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the Borough President for his kind words about Paul Vallone, who we will miss sorely over in Community Board 11. He was a great civil servant and, more importantly, a neighbor and a colleague. So I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity this morning to speak about Community Board 11's capital and expense budget requests. Community Board 11 members are advocating for capital projects that will improve infrastructure and expense items to enhance the quality of life for our residents. We would appreciate your support and advocacy for these requests. Our first capital priority continues to be a request to the Department of Transportation to fund a widened greenway on Northern Boulevard between 223rd Street and Douglaston Parkway. After the city installed a protected bike lane on the stretch, it did not accommodate the safety needs of pedestrians and drivers, in addition to cyclists in our community. Only a shared and widened pathway above the curb line will suffice. As per statistics provided by the NYPD, there have been over 200 accidents on that stretch since installation, more than 10 of which included bicyclists on the barrier along that stretch. DOT is amenable to the creation of Greenway to the current Jersey barrier configuration, but funding has not been provided yet. Traffic safety is now our first and foremost priority. DOT has a backlog of requests for one-way street conversions, new traffic signals, all-way stop signs, and speed bumps. To maintain and improve traffic safety, additional engineers are needed to conduct traffic safety studies to reduce this backlog. DOT also needs more traffic maintenance personnel to reduce the long work order lists. It takes about a year for speed bump installation and 6 months for signal and sign installations. With 4 major highways intersecting Community Board 11, arterial highways are an eyesore. Additional personnel and increased frequency of cleaning is required. The Community Board has been advocating for 20 years for the reconstruction of 223rd Street between 37th and 41st Avenues in Bayside. It is impossible to drive on this stretch of road without damaging vehicles on raised manholes and sunken roadways. An on-site inspection was conducted in the fall of 2021 by myself alongside the Borough President's Special Director of Climate Change and Flood Mitigation after that recent superstorm. Now is the time for action. In the expense budget, we continue to advocate for increased funding for street tree pruning, dead tree removal, and stump removal. The proper maintenance of street trees is a safety issue. Falling trees and limbs have caused death and property damage, costing the city millions of dollars in claims. This backlog has worsened since the COVID-19 pandemic and requires more funding now. To enforce our building and zoning laws and to expedite the application and inspection process, the Queens Department of Buildings must be funded for an adequate number of plans examiners, inspectors, and community affairs staff. The delay for inspections is causing residents to be frustrated and creates distrust of local government. CB11 has a large senior population, and we advocate for enhancing senior services such as transportation programs and discontinued reliable minor home repair services, since so many of our seniors live in single-family homes within our district. We also have advocated for funding additional senior centers within the confines of CB11. I thank you for your time and I yield back.
Thank you, and I'll ensure we follow back up with you after that tour to see where DOT is at on this specific design if they're doing one.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you. All right, we'll go to CB 12 now. Yvonne Reddick, I believe. Yes.
I'm standing in for Mrs. Reddick. This is Reverend Thorpe, Chair of CB 12. I'd first like to begin by saying our prayers are extended to the Vallone family in their loss at this time. Good morning, Mr. Borough President, Donovan Richards, council members, Borough Board members, ladies and gentlemen. It says here I am Yvonne Reddick, which I'm not, district manager. But it encompasses the areas bound by the Van Wyck Expressway on the west, Hillside Avenue on the south, Francis Lewis Boulevard, Springfield Boulevard on the east. The communities are Jamaica, South Ozone Park, Hollis, St. Albans, Adelaide Park, Rochdale Village, and North Springfield Gardens. In Community Board 12, we are requesting resources for a full-scale quality hospital in the district, providing and meeting the needs of the community. We have a number of primary care facilities in the district, but they do not meet all the needs of the community regarding major health care. Therefore, our communities continue to remain medically underserved, and that must be addressed. Education is one of our top priorities. It is important that quality educational programs be provided in the schools within the district. We need additional recreational programs and homework programs. HWQ 121B3 South Jamaica Project, Board 12 asks for support for this project will move forward in the fiscal year 2025. Flooding. We request that resources be allocated to address areas with a major flooding condition. And with sanitation, we're stating that dumping is a major problem in the district, and we are requesting that additional cameras be installed. Foreclosures continue to be high in this district, and we are requesting additional resources from New York City Buildings Department to address illegal conversions and one single room occupancy problems. Under vendors, we are also requesting that additional enforcement be provided to address the illegal vendors on Jamaica Avenue. In regards to parks, we're asking for your assistance for Dr. Charles Drew Park. A play area is needed and required for the families with small children, as well as the comfort station needs repairs. North Rochdale Park, that was just presented to our Parks Committee, also needs upgrading in its comfort station. Money is allocated for the park in general, but not for the comfort station, and to help make it ADA compliant for wheelchairs to be able to go in and turn around in that location. We ask that all parks projects would include comfort station repairs and upgrades. For our library, the Baisley Library will be under construction, but has failed to see the importance of having an elevator for the second floor bathroom and workers' lounge and kitchen area. Upon inquiry with workers there, a number of them are unable to make the stairs to even get to the second floor. Finally, we have gotten additional shelters and group homes. We continue to get an increase in population. We will continue at CB12 fighting for our fair share of city services that we are not receiving. That must be provided to maintain the quality of life for all the residents within the district. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Reverend Thorpe, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on these, and obviously through the Jamaica plan that's being crafted. A lot of these issues, I feel like we have an opportunity to certainly address, even looking at healthcare, although we are grateful for the governor through advocacy of many of us giving $150 million to Jamaica Hospital, and we continue to invest in many of our hospitals and clinics. But you're correct, with the population boom, we do need to see more expansions of these centers. So we look forward to continuing that work through, certainly through the planning process. All right, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
All righty, we'll go to CB 13.
Yes, good morning, Borough President. And might I point out that the date is wrong on the top. It should be January 29, 2024. Good morning, Borough President, City Council members, and board chairs. Every year, this important hearing takes place where the citizens of Queens County can get a sense of what is needed in every corner of the borough. A lot has changed in the city over the past year, and that has necessarily redirected policy objectives of City Hall. And our board has been directly affected by these new policies. The migrant crisis has overwhelmed our city and our shelter system, requiring new ways to house those coming here under the right to shelter judicial decree. But there are no more rooms, and what has come about are humanitarian emergency response and relief centers, or what we call HERCs, which are large tents, to house single men. On the Creedmoor campus, a HERC has been erected with over 1,000 men. This has created apprehension in the surrounding communities at a minimum, and outside of a few isolated incidents, nothing seriously criminal has happened yet. In addition, as we testified about last year, the city, through the proposed City of Yes text amendments, and the state, through ESD's housing proposal on the same Creedmoor campus, are trying to bring unwanted densities to communities of 1- and 2-family homes. Oversimplifying solving the housing problem has been with a one-size-fits-all, and that's not the solution. It's incredibly important to see each community for the unique character it has. And those in QCB 13 are defined by a lifestyle of front and backyards, tree-lined streets, while knowing your neighbor's first name. Lastly, in this introduction, the legalization of cannabis, which many in our communities vigorously oppose, and the state siding of licensed dispensaries, which we are disproportionately affected because of the border we share with Nassau County, and it's opting out of having dispensaries within its borders. Queens Community Boards 13s are not extensive and they're not particularly expensive, but they are specific to a suburban district that is concerned with a particular lifestyle, quality of life, and public safety. For the 3rd year in a row, we would like to expand the Hillside Avenue Cross Island Parkway South exit. Our highways are slow and our side streets are fast. The number one priority this year, as it has been for the last 2 years, is the expansion of the Hillside Avenue exit to Cross Island Parkway going south with a new left turn lane to make it 2 lanes. This exit has a short area that has cars waiting to go primarily east, going toward Belrose and New Hyde Park. And the Hillside Avenue light backing up on the highway itself during the afternoon commute, which begins as early as 2 p.m. The domino effect here then slows the traffic on the Cross Island Parkway all the way back to Long Lane Expressway. East exit, which is already swamped, as is always the case when 2 perpendicular highways merge. It could sometimes take 10 to 15 minutes to travel the 2 miles from the GCP exit to Jericho Turnpike Eastern traffic periods. And there is sometimes additional volume with the UBS Arena, home of the New York Islanders, which is 2 exits south and which hosts hockey games and other events upwards of 300 days a year. So this is very important. The second thing that's really important to us is the capital funding to complete the renovation of the new Services Now of Adult Persons, or SNAP, of Eastern Queens Senior Center and offices. SNAP is still on the Creedmoor campus while its new building struggles to get funding allocated to finish its new building on Union Turnpike. All 3 levels of government had contributed to funding, and each delay in completion adds cost to the overall project. This needs to be finished so our seniors can finally be in the modern facility they deserve. We need capital funding for a new bus shelter at the southbound stop in Springfield Gardens, which is the western corner where Guy Brewer and Farmers Boulevard come together. This heavily used transfer point for commuters going south to the Rockaways needs to provide some shelter during inclement weather for those waiting for a bus. We would like additional deployment of cops for the 105 precinct because of the HERC present on the Creedmoor campus. It needs the presence of officers 24/7. QCB 13 is the largest community board geographically in Queens, the 2nd largest in the city, and this is the reason another precinct, the 116 precinct, is in the final stages of construction. And I'll kind of speed through some of the other ones to echo my colleagues. We need more speed humps, which was Board 11 put in there, and I'm not going to talk about the studies. And maybe a possibility is to put rumble strips because we can't get the speed humps in there quickly enough. We need some additional a mini dump truck and pickup truck because we have 2 large parks, as you well know, Borough President, Brookville and Springfield, that are used heavily in the summer. And to maintain them, we need to have the equipment for the parks personnel. And to echo my colleague Marie, we'd like to have more funding for the Parks Department to deal with the sidewalks that are lifted up by tree roots and for tree pruning. And I thank you for your time and attention on this testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. I need to follow up on SNAP because I thought that issue was fully funded and resolved at this point. Are they still asking you specifically for funding?
I know they got some money when Swazi was still in Congress. I think that was the last funding they have. So they just need.
That's not true.
Huh?
That's not true.
Okay.
The state just came up with just did a big announcement there a few weeks ago as well. So I believe they're moving forward and it's fully funded. So we should triple check that.
I'll double check and get back to you.
Yeah, it's forward. Because we're having conversations with them currently about staying on the site with the governor's plan that we released. And, you know, I'm pretty confident that they're moving out of there shortly.
Very good. That's good news. Okay.
Yeah, but let's triple check that. But I'm pretty sure our state partners also came up with some dollars a few months ago as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, CB 14.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dolores Orr, and I'm Chair of Community Board 14. As I know everyone is aware, Jonathan retired back in September. So I've been trying my best to keep us above water since September. We certainly do miss him with his 33 years of service to the Community Board 14 community, which encompasses all of the Rockaways and Broad Channel. And I have to tell you, it's going to be really tough to fill his flip-flops. So the residents, so I do want to thank everyone at Borough Hall. They've been so helpful and they take all my calls and answer all my emails. So we're hoping tonight, we are hoping tonight that the board will be voting on a replacement for Jonathan. So the residents of Community Board 14, we're counting on you, Mr. Borough President, and all of our city.
This is going to be done. You keep putting this on here, but we're moving in.
So our city council to support on our capital and expense priorities as listed in our OMB priority. One capital item we've been waiting for 20 years, requesting funding and design to widen Rockaway Beach Boulevard / Edgemere Avenue from 62nd to Beach 32nd. So we made
You are aware that that study is happening, correct?
No,
and
I'm not. That was never shared with the community board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So,
moving.
from 73rd to, so when we made the request was because Auburn by the Sea widened Rockaway Beach Boulevard from 73rd Street to 62nd Street, creating 2 lanes of traffic in each direction. Unfortunately, at 62nd Street, what happened is that it went to one lane, and we have terrible congestion there. So as the Auburn East development, Edgemere Avenue is being widened, which we're very happy about, from the start of their project, but not all the way to 62nd Street, expecting a population of more than 10,000 additional residents. With all the affordable housing currently being built and many units still to come, without the widening of the roadway from about 38th Street to 62nd Street, creates terrible traffic, and it is to a dangerous level. And we see that every day as schools are letting in and out and people are commuting to work. So, and how can we make this prediction? Because with that temporary closing, if you can call 18 months closure a temporary closing, we see traffic east and west, and it adds 20 to 40 minutes and dangerous driving, because I drive back and forth every day from where I live to the community board office, and I see all the illegal moves. It's amazing that someone hasn't died. And we can't even think about the chaos if we ever had to evacuate. So hopefully we get past the study, and thank you for that information, Borough President. We were not aware.
I'm pretty positive that the street is going to get widened, but what I would urge the community board to do is to not delay the infrastructure work. All that does is push everything
We're
back.
not, we're living the
Right, 'cause I
nightmare
saw
for
there were a
18
lot of
months.
complaints about it. So, and I kept
Yeah.
saying, why would you complain when we want to move forward with
Yeah.
infrastructure to resolve the flooding? And then also,
I agree. It's
Right.
not a
Right.
good situation, but it has to get done, but
Yep.
it'd be ideal if the rest of it got done at the same time. We do want to thank NYPD and actually all the community boards that are in Queens South under NYPD, because I know that every summer you do make a sacrifice in having some of your offices detailed to Rockaway to help our 2 precincts in our district. And we would love to see traffic agents. And so tourism has gone up significantly over the past 8 years, probably after Sandy, a couple of years after Sandy. On average, on a weekend day, we get about 200,000 beach visitors. And the New York City Ferry, we love it. In the summer, they run 3 ferries an hour on the weekends, and those ferries are full. So we have about 1,000 passengers with every hour coming off the ferry into our neighborhoods. The police officers that are assigned to us, we certainly appreciate that. We are looking, though, we would love to see if there could be funding in the Parks Department budget for our, as we affectionately call them, our DFDs, which is our down for the day folks, because they can stand on the line to go back to Manhattan 2 to 3 hours, and there's not a bathroom for them to use. So summer funding of porta potties would help also the businesses around, because they go into all the businesses and ask to use the bathrooms.
Where would you place porta potties outside of the?
No, there's a to the far east of it, there's a bike rack there, and there's a fence that they could probably put some porta potties.
You should get that to the locations you would propose.
Okay, we'll do that. Thank you. Our capital concerns remain the same. Safety, fencing, crossing Seagirt Boulevard. Our kids going to school, they just cross in the middle of the street, not at the corners. It's a busy road. And we really need reconstruction of the median on Seagirt Boulevard from Beach 9th to Beach 3rd. It's caving in. There's no crosswalk. There's no traffic light. And so we need around Beach 5th Street to provide a safe crossing for the residents. And there's new development over there, as there is just about everywhere. And so that's become a concern for us. And so with over the 10,000 affordable housing units being built, mostly on the East End, we have not seen any concrete plans for new schools or libraries. And just on affordable housing, I just read the other day, very disappointing for Rockaway, because we looked for this new housing to really serve a lot of our existing residents with preference. And I understand federal lawsuit, resident preference is going from 50% down to 20%. And then in 2029, it'll go down to 15%. So a lot of our locals are gonna maybe not have the opportunity to live in the new house.
Let me make 2 points on that,
Sure.
on that as well. So you said no new libraries. We have the new Far Rockaway Library. We're gonna have a brand new Auburn Library. And obviously we're gonna work on, which we will have subsequent conversations on, what's the other library then? Seaside, which is really the next one, but Auburn and Far Rockaway will be opening any day
Yes.
now.
Mhm.
And Auburn is going to be another big expansion.
Yeah, yes, I'm aware of the
And then on the community preference piece, that does not, at this moment, we still will abide by the 50% rule, which
Okay.
has been really successful, which I'm really sad to see the community preference number get reduced through this lawsuit, because we know for developments like Rockaway Village, 93% of the people living in those units are from Far Rockaway. So even as we talk about 10,000 new affordable units and new families coming on, this is one of the few places in New York City where no, it's not this huge new influx of residents actually coming in. It's residents who are bunked up in a basement apartment, 5 family members. So a lot of work to be done there, and a lot of work continuing on the new schools. I want to thank Councilmember Brooks Powers, who got the Auburn by the Sea school pretty much done, even though we will come back probably on the back and have to put some capital there. And then we are talking to the developers at Auburn East, and specifically about a school on the site. There's some movement on that conversation, and also more happening at PS 106, which we will talk a lot more about. Wait, am I blinking? 106, which we're having some really good conversations with the SCA on an expansion on as we speak. So I just want to make sure I put those things on the record, that definitely there's a lot of progress, a lot more work that has to be done on these issues.
So two more points just quickly. We've been asking for a number of years a district-wide traffic study to consider the additional population coming in our limited and narrow roadways. And a good and safe public policy dictates that traffic study gets done. So anything you can help to get DOT to move on that. And I know that Councilwoman Brooks Powers is working very hard on a trauma center. We have one hospital, a small hospital, serving a very large community. And I know for a fact that that emergency room gets closed quite often and they're diverted.
Right.
So we really do need that. And I know everyone's working hard on that. And we thank you for that.
Thank you
So
for your
thank
testimony.
everyone for their support. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll have news on in a few weeks on the H&H site out there. The lease is most likely being signed this week or next week. So
Okay.
that will at least alleviate some pressure on the ER out there. But
Yes.
still,
Great.
you know, I'm in alignment with the council member. We definitely need to see a trauma center out there, and we'll continue to work with our partners out there.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Dolores.
Mhm.
So we got through all of our community boards. All right. So now we move on to CUNY, right? Am I right? Okay. So we're going to go to Queens College. Oh, is Queens College here? Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Lisa. And you just state your name for the record as well. And maybe get your testimony.
Is this on? Yeah. Good morning, Borough President Richards, members of the City Council, legislative staff, and community board chairs. President Wu is not feeling well this morning, has asked me to read his testimony. My name is Lisa Marquez, External and Government Relations Manager at Queens College, and I work alongside Jeffrey Rosenstock, which many of you may know, but he's in Puerto Rico, so he's unable to be here. Like many others, Queens College extends its deepest sympathies to the family of Paul Vallone. President Wu's testimony is as follows. As you probably know, we are an institution of public higher education serving over 17,000 students on our 80-acre campus and have provided an affordable and quality education to one of the most diverse student populations in our nation since 1939. Today, I'm here to request $1.5 million to transform a critical air pollution lab, which is part of our world-renowned Barry Commoner Center for Health and the Environment. This center, which is housed on our campus, is a vital resource to citizens across our entire city. Its mission is to identify and rectify environmental and occupational threats to human health. Together with the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene, Queens College's Barry Commoner Center, under the direction of Dr. Stephen Markowitz, has led a landmark air pollution monitoring program in New York City for the past 15 years. Every resident of Queens and New York City can readily access the levels of critical air pollutants near their home and workplaces by the internet as a result of this effort. The New York City Community Air Survey. As you know, this information is extremely important to us all, but especially to families with young children or older adults and those of us with asthma and other lung and heart diseases. Now, with the possible onset of congestion pricing imminent, we are fully prepared to understand how resilient changes in car and truck traffic will impact exposure to air pollutants, both within the congestion zone and in the neighborhoods outside the zone, both in Manhattan and in the outer boroughs. We have been fortunate to receive $4.6 million 4-year contract with New York City to complete air pollution monitoring. But here is our problem. Our physical laboratory facility at Queens College that houses this critical air pollution work is woefully deficient. We urgently need $1.5 million to transform an antiquated existing laboratory into a modern laboratory facility in our Remsen Hall where we can develop, test, and repair new measurement instruments, download and refresh monitoring units, and perform initial analysis of pollutant levels. Our 4-year city contract provides for personnel, supplies, and equipment, but it does not provide any funding for the physical requirements of a suitable laboratory. We have plans for the needed laboratory renovation, but we simply lack the funds to make those plans a reality. A transformed air pollution laboratory would permit a second activity vital to our students and mission at Queens College. We would use this laboratory to teach undergraduate and graduate students about air monitoring, geospatial analysis, and climate change. These students would in turn become the next generation of New York City workers to meet the environmental challenges that face our city. To close, with an injection of targeted funding, we at Queens College have the opportunity to simultaneously create critical environmental knowledge and to train a needed workforce to address real-world issues and to find real-world solutions to environmental issues faced in New York City. We have all the elements in place except one, which we seek to resolve with your help. Thanks. I may not be able to answer any of your questions, but if there are any, it will be my pleasure to take them back to the president or to Queens College and make the appropriate people to get an answer for you.
And your request is 1.5, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll go to Queens Borough Community College. Christine Mangino.
So good morning, Borough President and distinguished colleagues. My name is Dr. Christine Mangino, President of Queens Borough Community College. On behalf of our students, thank you for your recent support to our cafeteria expansion project. As you know, our campus was built more than 60 years ago for approximately 5,000 degree-seeking students. Today, we proudly service twice the number. More than half of these students are the first in their families to attend college, and all of them reflect the diversity of our great borough. They come from 117 countries and speak nearly 80 languages. Nearly half report an annual household income of less than $30,000, and all of them arrive on campus with the dream of earning a college degree as a path to a brighter future. At Queens Borough, we take great pride in providing our students with a caring and supportive environment where their potential is discovered and nurtured. Toward that end, we were just named an Aspen Prize Institute finalist. This is the nation's signature recognition for American community colleges, or as President Obama called it, the Oscars for great community colleges. This is a prestigious and highly competitive award that recognizes the top 15% of community colleges in the nation for their outstanding achievement in 5 critical areas: equity for students of color and students from low-income backgrounds, teaching and learning, certificate and degree completion, transfer, bachelor's attainment, and workforce success. Our economic impact is also a point of pride. Our students live, work, and contribute to the borough. That is why it is especially meaningful that we have been cited in the Chronicle for Higher Education for our great success in moving low-income New Yorkers into the middle class and beyond. And beyond our degree programs, Queens Borough also serves as a vital community resource for the thousands of New Yorkers who enroll in our continuing education, workforce development, and certificate programs, as well as visit our art gallery, performing arts, and Holocaust education centers. We want Queens Borough's remarkable achievements to be reflected in all aspects of the college, including our facilities, which continue to need critical maintenance and repair. Of our 14 buildings, our newest is more than 50 years old. I ask for your support in the amount of $5 million for critical maintenance. With this, we will replace 660 linear feet of high-temperature hot water lines to ensure heat is provided to our students, faculty, and staff on a continuous basis. Additionally, your support would allow us to complete the second phase of our campus chiller plant project, which will provide our library, science, and gym buildings with access to chilled water and air conditioning. All of these capital requests will ensure we are able to provide our students with the education they deserve, and all are eligible for a one-to-one match from the state. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. All righty. we're going to go to Ken Adams, LaGuardia Community College.
Morning.
Morning.
It's still morning. Good morning. Borough President Donovan Richards, Jr., Deputy Borough President Ebony Young, council members from the Queens Council delegation, and those 14 community board chairs and district managers. I'm Kenneth Adams. I'm the president of LaGuardia Community College in Long Island City. I want to give you a brief update on LaGuardia, and thank you for your past support, and then request, please, $1.5 million in capital for a new access control and security system. I'll get to that in a second. LaGuardia, as you probably know, serves about 23,000 students these days, 13,000 degree-seeking students, and about 10,000 students in our adult education, ESL, and workforce training programs. We are pleased to report that our enrollment in the fall was up. Our enrollment for the spring semester coming up now, starts March 1st, is up. And parallel to that, we're also doing a lot of fundraising. We've received a lot of actually a record amount of private support to the LaGuardia Foundation, meaning that in the last 2 years coming out of the pandemic, we've provided $11 million in support to our students, both degree-seeking students, and this is unique in community colleges in the country, to students seeking scholarships to become plumbers or electricians, i.e. students who are learning English and not in degree programs. Again, that's really credit to the leadership and the donors of our foundation for that record amount of support. We're also pleased to report to you that according to the Center for an Urban Future, LaGuardia Community College is actually the third largest producer of STEM graduates in the CUNY system. We follow City College up in Upper Manhattan and City Tech, New York City Technical College in downtown Brooklyn. And then LaGuardia is actually, even though we're a community college, the third largest producer of STEM graduates, computer science, engineering, and similar programs. We also continue to have the #1 nursing program, associate degree nursing program in New York State, based on the pass rates for the NCLEX exam. And finally, we just have a very fun and exciting situation in this fall semester that I sent the video clip to Deputy President, Borough President Young, of the great Arthur Dukes, the basketball player who is the highest scorer, 32 points a game in college basketball in America, is a student at LaGuardia Community College. And he was featured in a wonderful clip or interview on Channel 11 News just last week. We are grateful to you, Mr. Borough President, for the support you provided last year that is part of our program to overhaul our, I'm going to call it historic swimming pool. Historic in the sense that we have a great pool that's used by all members of the community, students, faculty, staff, and others for many, many years. And as you may recall, last year, we asked you for $1 million towards our pool renovation, and you provided that support. We're now working to get that matched by the state to begin that work. So thank you again for the capital support for our aquatic program and facility. Another thing I'd like to point out, because we've talked about it, is what we're doing to help asylum seekers. And several community board members, chairs, and district managers spoke of the need to provide services to these new New Yorkers. In LaGuardia's case, we recently launched a new initiative called LaGuardia English Express. And I want to thank you for the support you provided in helping raise awareness of this program, particularly at City Hall. LaGuardia is the largest provider of English for speakers of other languages, or ESOL, in New York City. And we have a long track record running the Center for Immigrant Education and Training. And so we had all these services in place, and now that we've organized them in a way specific to the needs of the asylum seekers. On October 18th, we received a grant from the Carol and Milton Petrie Foundation of a couple $100,000 to launch LaGuardia English Express. And it's our education and program for the asylum speakers. We are running classes now. These are 2-hour evening workshops in 8 different areas of very sort of practical English: how to speak to a landlord, how to describe your skills when you're looking for a job, how to talk to a teacher in your child's school. So the asylum seekers in the program take each workshop, they pick the workshops they'd like to take, and they take them as many times they want in a 90-day period until they get that sort of very basic daily English to a level of comfort for them to.
How many participating?
Well, right now with the private grant funding, we probably have about 20 people in the program. Okay. We have a waiting list of 800 people. We haven't actually advertised the program, and we've denied kind of We've stayed away from press because we get the walk-ins and the referrals every day. As you know, on Austell Place, the mayor announced the construction of a shelter for 1,000 individuals. That's but 4 blocks from our campus. And so we have what we could call walk-ins, referrals, word of mouth. At this point, 700-800 people. The pilot program's going well, but again, it's right now probably 20, 30 people at most.
And the administration hasn't been back in touch with you?
They have not. I mean, I'm still trying to get, from a practical standpoint, Mr. Borough President, we have a DYCD contract, 3 SBS contracts. We simply need to modify any one of those contracts and get some funding from City Hall to expand the service and serve many more of the asylum seekers who find their way to Queens. In terms of our capital request for this year, again, I mentioned the need at LaGuardia for an access control and security system. While we have all this incredible activity going on at the college, we have to remember that our priority is to make sure that everyone that steps foot into our campus, faculty, staff, students, people from the community, feel safe and secure during their time at LaGuardia. And due to the unfortunate increase of violence acts on college campuses all across the country, we strongly believe that we have to install a state-of-the-art turnstile access control system as soon as we can. And so we're requesting $1.5 million in capital funding that we would get matched by the state to install a system that we estimate will be about $3 million. Just if you think about CUNY campuses you're familiar with, most now have a turnstile system where a student or anyone entering would take their student ID and just swipe it at the turnstile to get through. We don't have that at LaGuardia because we have those old factory buildings. We've been there many times, have close to 2 million square feet. We're in 3 buildings. We rent space in another, and we don't have any of those security systems that are typical because of the old construction of these buildings. And we have 6 critical entrances and exits where the only security is a public safety officer asking the person entering to please show an ID, almost on a voluntary basis.
Right.
At crunch times, like when classes are starting or there are big events happening, there is no way to verify who's entering the campus. And we think that's a problem we need to rectify with the same technology that's been installed at CUNY campuses across the system. So thank you very much for your ongoing support of LaGuardia Community College, for your friendship and your support of all of our students, and for considering this request this year. Thank you.
Thank you, President Adams. All right, next we'll hear from CUNY School of Law.
Good morning. Like Ken, I'm noticing that it's still in the AM, so I can say that. I'm Sudha Sethi. I'm the dean at CUNY Law School, and I'm grateful to be here, Borough President, Deputy Borough President, and all of the City Council members and others who are here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. Since I was here for the first time last year, we've been busy moving forward with the projects that have been supported in a really generous way by your office. Last March, Borough President, we were gratified and honored that you joined us at the ribbon cutting of our trial practice courtroom, made possible through the support of this office, which has already benefited our students and their classes as they prepare to serve and represent the Queens community and beyond. We are currently partnering with schools and community organizations on making that courtroom part of the work they do with younger people across Queens communities. This past year, the law school also provided space that served Queens, the city, and state entities dozens of times, including hosting Beta NYC, CUNY Citizenship Now, a citywide WMBE seminar, the State Cannabis Commission for numerous hearings, the bar exam for accommodated test takers, numerous city Department of Health meetings and trainings, and more. Most recently, our law school launched an emerging needs clinic to serve new migrants and asylum seekers in Queens and across the city. And we have used the space in the law school to host asylum seekers and their families for day-long clinics to help find holistic services in public health, medicine, social services, or social work, partnering with our other Queens, our other CUNY campuses and CUNY Citizenship Now to help make that happen. With the Reso funding that we received last year, we began the important project of dismantling the disused commercial kitchen space that exists in our building. We've been busy working with the design team on next steps. And ahead of the demolition process this year, we donated much of the kitchen equipment that existed there to our sister CUNY institutions, LaGuardia Community College and Queens Borough Community College, to further support CUNY and our borough. The renovation, once complete, will provide 3,800 additional square feet for classes and also allow us space to bring the community together for events and speakers and it will provide needed flexible multi-use space as we keep evolving how we work and learn. We are also working to complete projects that were halted during the pandemic, notably the safety and security and network AV system update projects that were funded by your office and by City Council. It's our hope that the funding this year will enable us to complete all of these projects and help us continue to serve our students and the Queens community at large. We anticipate that completing the demolition, doing construction, and additional AV network updates for these projects will require a total of $3.5 million. This significant investment will enhance our ability to keep serving our students, our community, and all of the communities in Queens with the kind of advocacy and movement building that is central to the mission of the law school. Thank you again for your support over the years and for your consideration of this request. I'm happy to hear any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to York College.
I could still say good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Borough President Richards, New York City Council members and members of the Queens Borough Board. I am Claudia Schrader, interim president of York College. While this is my 21st day serving at York, I come to York College with over 20 years of experience in CUNY. Thank you, Borough President and members of the City Council, for the support you have given York College and for providing this hearing where we can publicly articulate our needs for the coming year. This past Thursday, I had the pleasure of standing at the front door and welcoming students to York College for the spring semester. At York, we are helping students actualize their dreams and visions in a way that is transformative for their families and in their communities. We ranked number 19 on the social mobility from CollegeNet and tied for number 46 of the top public schools in the U.S. according to U.S. News and World Report 2024. Located in the most ethnically diverse borough of the city of New York, York students reflect that diversity, with 36.1% identifying as Black African American, 23.4% identifying as Hispanic Latino, and 24.5% identifying as Asian. 43% of our students are born outside the mainland U.S., and 55.6% are first generation to graduate from college. We remain steadfast in our commitment to foster a culture of student success with the support of the talented faculty and staff who represent the very best of CUNY. Your college cannot do without a deeply rooted partnership in our local community that defines our humble beginnings, informs our history, and continues today just as strong, if not stronger. Our request this year focusing on two needs at your college. Last year, you so graciously provided $500,000 for cafeteria equipment. This year, we are focusing on the expansion of the cafeteria. The project will expand the 9,742 square feet of cafeteria space utilized by our students, faculty and staff, and visitors, allocating a budget of $1.3 million for the cafeteria renovation at your college can include a comprehensive overhaul. This budget allows for significant updates in several areas: high-quality materials and modern finishes, comfortable and durable furniture, and it also covers labor costs, which are a major component, especially in large-scale renovations. Additionally, this budget accommodates expenses for professional design and architectural services to ensure functional and aesthetically pleasing spaces. The funding request is for $1.3 million. Second, the academic core building, the renovation of 2 lecture halls. This project will renovate 2 lecture halls, one MO6 and one MO7, in the York College Academic Core building. Each lecture hall has a seating capacity of 138 chairs with tiered seating original to the building's construction. The newly renovated lecture halls will have state-of-the-art audio-visual capabilities that provide users with access to the latest advances in multimedia presentation platforms. Features will include, but not be limited to, the ability to support streaming media, large room-sized displays for all to share and mirror content, distance learning, and ergonomic seating with outlets for charging and USB connectivity. In addition, renovation updates will comply with the latest governing regulatory requirement that includes ADA accessibility. The cost is $3.5 million for each lecture hall. The funding requested is $7 million to renovate 2 lecture halls. Total Capital request for fiscal year 2025 is $8.3 million. On behalf of the students, faculty, and staff of your college, thank you for your consideration of our requests during these very challenging times.
Thank you.
Thank
And the
you.
1.3 would cover the full cost
The cafeteria.
for the
Yes.
cafeteria.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Queens Library. Thank you, CUNY.
Thank you.
So I have the honor, I'm looking at my phone to say good afternoon, to be the first to say good afternoon. And first, let me start by saying always a big thank you to the borough president, to the board, to our council members, the community board for their participation. But I would be remiss if I did not offer my condolences also to the family of Paul Vallone. I read the borough president's statement, and I am extremely touched. We all knew Paul, respected Paul, loved his vibrancy, and so our condolences to the family as well. My name is Dennis Walcott. I have the honor of being the president and CEO of the Queens Public Library. And as Louisa will know, I'm not going to read from my text because you have the text there. But I will, though, address a couple of things that you may not be aware of, and which is at the end of the presentation. And one of the things that we have been extremely involved in and very proud of is the work with the borough president and all of you as far as the funding that you provided, both on the expense side and the capital side. And we always say thank you. In addition to that, we've been able to address the issue of food insecurity through our partnership with the Food Bank of New York City by hosting mobile food distribution events at our Ozone Park, our Peninsula and Rochdale libraries. We also did one at St. Albans Library as well. Staff and volunteers has distributed fresh produce, protein, and shelf-stable items to attendees since the beginning of 2022. We have hosted over 40 pantry events, serving over 5,400 households and impacting more than 25,800 individuals. In addition to that, we have been working hard to reduce the digital divide as well. And we've expanded our capacity of providing Wi-Fi connection to our buildings by up to 450 feet. So you don't need a library card to get that type of service. In addition to that, we've expanded our number of services we offer, and you have the information before you, which is representing really a 5.6 million visits, a 43% increase since last year, and also 7.7 million library items, which represents a 14% increase as well. But the main thing I want to talk about today is the impact moving forward, because the reality is we still face very tough times. In fiscal year 2025, we are facing a loss of $16.7 million to our expense budget. That includes potential money that we may not get from the city council, which has never been baseline, money from the mayor's office. 16.7 really would be decimating to us as a library system. We will have to make some very difficult decisions because the November peg is still in effect, and that rolls over into next year, in addition to all the other types of cuts that may come down as well. That will have an impact on the type of collection materials we are able to purchase, also potentially Saturday service as well. What has not gotten a lot of press, and we wanted to take a couple of minutes to talk about, is the capital peg as well, because we have been faced with, not just us, a capital peg. And in November, we were instructed to implement a $32 million peg to our capital portfolio, which will limit our ability to bridge shortfalls, the ability to really address any type of unexpected things that may surface as a result of the relationship that we have with DDC as projects move forward. Mr. BP and your team, you've been fantastic in addressing the issue of shortfalls in the past. Thanks to you, we didn't even have to worry about that. We've been able to put money aside, but this peg really will impact us as we look at projects moving off in the distance as well. It can impact infrastructure projects, boiler, HVAC, roof replacements, and resiliency work as well. So with that being said, I just wanted to address these are the things that are coming up on the horizon. We always work collaboratively with all of our partners and, of course, with your office. You have been fantastic, always have been fantastic, and I'll be glad to address any questions that you may have.
Great. And I know we'll have a meeting.
We do.
Wants to get on the right. Oh, we do. All right, good. Left rack, any updates on the left?
Yeah, sure. Left rack, we can give you very positive news. We have identified a specific site. We're in lease negotiations now, and the site is 95-15 on Horace Harding Expressway. It's right on the corner. It'll be even better than I think our current site. One, it will not be flooded at all, and so it's not down where Bally's used to have their pool, and so we're on a level ground there. It's right at the juncture, the intersection of the corner and Horace Harding, and so we expect traffic flow to increase. We're in the final stages of negotiations right now with the landlord around the new lease, so we are very pleased with this particular site. I personally, along with our team, have taken a tour of that site, and so with left rack,
What's the square footage on that?
I think it's slightly larger than where we are, but
good.
it's configured differently, so it's a more usable square feet as well.
And then chair of CB12 brought up Baisley.
Right. So we were texting with our team when we heard that. What's going to happen is that staff will not be on the second floor. The work that's being done and will be done at Baisley is to make us more ADA compliant. And so staff will be coming downstairs. There'll be renovation work taking place at Baisley Park as well. So it's all to address both ADA as well as upgrade at Baisley Park.
And then I think Rego Park.
Rego Park is moving along, and Rego Park, hold on, I can get you an update with that. Design phase right now. Design completion is roughly spring of 2024, and with the construction start roughly early 2025.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's good news. All right. So I look forward to meeting with
Thank you. We look forward to our meeting.
Look forward to continuing to defend our libraries that really are democratic institutions that have been opened every step of the way for our borough. So I want you to know we will be all in and fighting any pegs
and we
to libraries.
That. Thank you very much, and thank you to all.
Thank you. All righty. Now moving on to our medical institutions, we will go first to Jamaica Hospital and Flushing. So Sabia Rauf.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Well, good afternoon to our Queens Borough President, Donovan Richards, distinguished members, and all the guests. I am Sabiha Rauf, and the Chief Medical Officer for Medicis Health Network, which is Jamaica and Flushing Hospitals. I want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present our request today. I do want to thank all of you for your previous support. All the previous grants have helped us bring the state-of-the-art technology to our two hospitals and provide really high-quality care to our patients. So before I move to my request, Borough President, I wanted to share some good news with you. I think you're aware that for the last 4 years, Jamaica Hospital was named amongst the top 250 best hospitals in the United States by Health Grades, which is actually an outcomes-based grading agency for hospitals. And last week, we were informed that this year we have moved up and we are now named amongst the top 100 hospitals in the United States. And I do want to make the point that it's an outcomes-based grading agency, which getting those outcomes in our patient population who have significant social, health-related social needs is significant. So for this year, we are going to be making a request of $2.3 million, excuse me, for a biplane interventional imaging system. As you know, Jamaica Hospital operates one of the busiest emergency rooms in New York City, which designated as a level 1 trauma center. We are the only comprehensive stroke center in Queens and the only primary heart attack center in New York State designated by the Joint Commission. Jamaica Hospital also serves as the backup treatment center for Flushing Hospital and the JFK Airport. We serve a very culturally and ethnically diverse patient population with significant social determinants of health. We fall in the stroke belt and see over 1,000 stroke patients a year with significant, and our patients have significant comorbidities, which makes their care more complex. And our volume is expected to increase. In 2020, we made a commitment to build a robust neurointerventional program. And since then, we have hired neurointerventionists technologists, nurses, and other supporting staff, we have performed 396 endovascular mechanical thrombectomy cases with 98% success rate. Last year, Healthgrades named us amongst the top 5 stroke centers in New York State and 1 of 2 in New York City. Numerous studies have shown that racial minorities are disproportionately affected by stroke. The communities we serve are prone to these disparities. The first minutes and hours after stroke symptoms appear are critical. Currently, due to high demand for imaging services, our interventional labs are utilized by cardiology, vascular surgery, radiology, neurointerventional, and electrophysiology procedures. An additional biplane unit would provide Jamaica Hospital with the ability to treat multiple patients needing the same level of care at one time, eliminating an existing bottleneck at our facility. As a comprehensive stroke center, we can treat all types of stroke patients. We have the staffing, resources, and expertise to provide highly specialized care for most complex stroke patients. Jamaica Hospital is the only hospital in Queens to have earned the Comprehensive Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. The biplane machine allows physicians to intervene early with patients who are in the midst of a stroke, possibly preventing permanent damage and minimizing long-term disability that typically accompanies stroke. Patients expect the highest quality healthcare should they become ill. For those experiencing a stroke, they simply cannot wait as time is brain. With this new biplane, we'll be able to provide more care for more patients in a more timely fashion. Please accept my sincere thanks for your time and consideration of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And you're doing Flushing Hospital? I mean, we have it on record.
Yes, I do. So for Flushing Hospital, we are requesting.
You could just get straight into the capital ask.
So the capital ask is 1.24 million for purchasing 7 ultrasound units for our OB and gynecological patients. I'm not sure if you're aware, we have recently updated all our facilities, outpatient as well as inpatient for our OB/GYN patients. And as part of that, we are trying to upgrade our existing units and the need for increasing the number of ultrasound units we have. Again, Flushing has been really doing very well. OB/GYN services and Healthgrades has named us 8 years in a row with an excellence award both for OB and GYN. So getting these units will really help us provide high quality care to our patients.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Next, we'll go to David, LGBT Network.
Robert.
Richard. Oh, Robert. Oh,
Good
Robert.
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, good afternoon. My name is Robert Vitelli. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the CEO at LGBT Network, and I'm here today on behalf of our president and founder, David Kilnick. Thank you, Queens Borough President Donovan Richards, and all of the council members for your support of the LGBT Network and for our vital programs and services that build community, stop bullying and fight hate, and that prevent the suicide of LGBT youth. Thanks to your support, the LGBT Network, with a community center in Astoria, serves LGBT people throughout the entire borough of Queens in every single council district, particularly through our anti-bullying and education work in Queens schools. And in fact, the LGBT Network's education programs are in 43 of the 51 council districts citywide. Additionally, the LGBT Network is the organizer of the new Queens Pride Parade, the second largest Pride event in New York State and the largest LGBT event in Queens that, in 2023, welcomed 50,000 people to march and celebrate. And LGBT Network's programs and services are more important than ever in our world of burgeoning hate against the LGBT community, because we know that hate fuels violence. And your support enables the LGBT Network to continue its work to fight this hate. There are education programs that build needed awareness, and to continue the new Queens Pride, not only as a way for us to celebrate who we are, but also to show the entire borough and beyond that LGBT people are here, that we exist, and that we deserve the same opportunities to live freely as ourselves. And these programs are a means to combat hate and subsequently to stop violence. Funding will support our anti-bullying programs delivered in classrooms and to school staff. Funding will also support the production of the new Queens Pride on Sunday, June 2nd in Jackson Heights. In addition to saying thank you, we'd also like to extend an invitation to attend our New York City LGBT Youth Summit on Friday, March 15th at Queens College Hundreds of youth from throughout New York City will be in attendance to be empowered to counter bullying and to feel proud of who they are as part of our efforts to stop suicide. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Robert. And I didn't see a number. What is the actual request?
50,000.
50,000. Okay. And then also, oh yes, and if you can just send the that information for the event over to Serena, that would be great.
That's great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
I'll try to be there. All righty.
Thank you.
So we'll go to Heart Chair, Evelyn Alvarez.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry, my camera is not working. And I apologize for that. But I'm here honored to be able to speak with this group of people. Thank you to the Borough President and everybody present. We are an agency that serves people with intellectual and developmental disabilities for 110 years. And currently we operate 4 preschool programs in Queens and Brooklyn, 3 in Queens, 1 in Richmond Hill, 2 in Howard Beach. We have the capacity to serve 412 children with intellectual disabilities, and currently we have 7 classrooms that are closed because of our inability to be able to hire people given the salaries that we're unfortunately able to pay given our funding sources. In 2022, Major Adams committed to make sure that all children with disabilities had a seat in our schools. And as a result of that, there was an enhancement funding initiative that was given to the people in the community organizations to be able to fund the preschools differently and create parity with the salaries paid to the teachers in the Board of Education, our counterparts. That increase was able to allow us to extend the day of services for our children and increase the salaries of many of our teachers from 50,000 to 68,000, which is something that we have not been able to do in many, many, many years. We have been able to retain some teachers because of that, and it has been a little easier to do recruiting. However, this funding is about to expire in June of 2023. And we're asking our Borough President and this body to consider supporting the continuance of this funding for us to be able to provide the services to this very vulnerable population.
Thank you. And this funding initiative comes through the mayor?
Through the city, yeah, city funding.
Okay, all right, all right. Thank you so much.
To us, our loss will be about $3 million.
Okay, all right. We'll definitely follow up on this. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, we're heading to Brooklyn Legal Services now. Jessica Rose.
Hi, good afternoon, Queens Borough President Richards and all of our Queens partners present today. My name is Jessica Rose, pronoun she, her, ella, and I am the Executive Director of Brooklyn Legal Services Corporation A, BKA. BKA believes all New Yorkers should have equal access to legal services to seek justice, make their voices heard, and overcome systemic racism and oppression. Established over 55 years ago, Brooklyn A believes attorneys have a critical role to play in combating poverty, inequity, and racism. Whether it is serving residents facing eviction or foreclosure, consumers bankrupted by predatory lenders or fraud, children, seniors, people with disabilities, and survivors of domestic violence in need of securing housing and services, or small businesses and community nonprofits with complex legal needs. BKA provides legal representation and advice that promotes long-term economic stability and community well-being. Our civil legal services, organizing efforts, and educational resources assist our clients and their communities across the city in defending and mobilizing against harassment, displacement, and gentrification, and asserting their rights. Access to free, high-quality legal services and advocacy makes the difference between losing or maintaining your home, business, and your neighborhood. We serve low and moderate income and largely BIPOC communities across the 5 boroughs that are disproportionately affected by displacement and rapid gentrification. Our staff of approximately 90 people worked on 5,400 cases serving 9,100 New Yorkers last year. Our success is based on a collaborative model with new and longtime partners such as community-based organizations, coalitions, government agencies, and elected officials. With broad community engagement and many years in the neighborhoods we serve, BKA is uniquely positioned to provide critical legal services to help our communities seek justice. In the last fiscal year, 87% of our clients were BIPOC, with 63% identifying as Black and 65% identifying female. 37% were 55 years of age or over, and the majority made under $30,000 a year. We are able to serve clients in their preferred languages. Despite Brooklyn being in our name, last year we served each and every city council district. We had 504 cases in Queens. My written testimony had a typo in it, but it was 504 cases in Queens. And these cases were foreclosure prevention cases, small business commercial lease assistance, nonprofit transactional legal services, domestic violence support, and low-income taxpayer support. The greatest density of cases in Queens were our small business support and our foreclosure prevention. The districts with our highest density in Queens last year were represented by Council members Natasha Williams, Council member Selvina Brooke Powers, and Council member Julie Wan. While many of the initial COVID recovery resources are now gone, the impact of pandemic illness and the financial hardships still affect many New Yorkers, particularly the most vulnerable. Access to free, high-quality legal services and advocacy is essential for New Yorkers to maintain stability. BKA is seeking support from the Queens Borough President and the Queens Borough Board for our upcoming discretionary funding applications to the City Council totaling $862,000 and Queens Borough President's support in the amount of $30,000. As we seek this funding for the upcoming fiscal year, we know you and the rest of city government are grappling with the same inequality and displacement issues we have seen in our work. We hope the city will continue to support our work so that we can continue to provide essential and critically needed services throughout the 5 boroughs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, next we're going to hear from New York Sun Works.
All right. Hello, and thank you, Borough President Richards, for the opportunity to speak today, and of course, for your past and ongoing support for public schools in Queens. Move it down. Okay, this better? Okay, great. My name is Madeline Turner. I'm the Program Development Manager with New York Sunworks, a nonprofit organization that builds innovative science labs in schools. In our hydroponic classrooms, we use hydroponic technology to educate students and teachers about the science of sustainability and bring quality STEM education through the lens of urban farming. We envision a generation of environmental innovators empowered to create solutions to global climate challenges. We transform any New York City classroom in any public school into a hydroponic lab. This is a cost-effective solution, giving students the opportunity to learn critical sustainability science and climate topics while they grow nutritious food right in the classroom year-round. Most of these labs have been built with capital funding from the city budget. Our program is integrated directly into the school day programming, so teachers don't feel the burden of additional programming requests, as it instead augments and strengthens teacher science instruction. We start in elementary schools with year-round hands-on science and nutrition curriculum and continue through 12th grade with Regents required lab curriculum. We are working to build a geographic pipeline of schools so that students may continue to learn science through hydroponic farming from K to 12. We recently added a new partnership with LaGuardia Community College, extending the program to post-secondary learning. With funding from the USDA, we created a high school certification program so students graduating from our program will have an industry-recognized credential, and we are helping to find pathways to either a job in the quickly expanding urban farming field or to higher education, thus helping to bridge the green divide. This is green workforce development, and we are excited to bring it to Queens. We are currently working with 46 K through 12th grade schools in Queens, and an additional 22 schools have funding allocated to build a hydroponic classroom in the coming months. Some are funded by you, and we thank you for that support. Many other schools are interested in bringing a lab to their schools for FY25. We have a goal of bringing our program to every student in Queens, and we request your support in opening new hydroponic labs at 12 schools in Queens through capital funding at $175,000 per school for a total of $2.1 million in FY25. We urge you to invest in STEM education through the lens of urban farming for our children attending public schools in Queens, to bring equity in science, sustainability, and climate education, and to help bridge the green divide, particularly for communities of color. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to the work, and it is our goal to have a hydroponics lab in every school in Queens as well.
Amazing.
We look forward to continuing to support. Do you have a list of the schools you're proposing, the 12 schools?
We are working with schools right now to help them apply. I don't have it with me now, but I have at least 12 schools who expressed specific interest in submitting an application for FY25, and that list is growing. So, up until February 22nd, but we're happy to send that over.
All right. And how many schools currently have hydroponic labs? Do you have that number?
It is 46 K through 12th grade schools with current labs running, and then additional 22 schools have funding allocated.
All right, got it. All right, perfect.
Perfect. Thank
We
you so
look
much.
forward.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
All righty, next we'll hear from Sculpture Center, Cheryl Chan.
Hi. Thank you to Queens Borough President Donovan Richards and the Queens Borough Board for joining us today. I'm pleased to introduce myself as Cheryl Chan, the Institutional Giving Manager at Sculpture Center. We were founded by artists in 1928, and we remain an artist-led and artist-focused organization that has served as a cultural leader in Queens since 2001, when we first moved to industrial former trolley repair facility in Long Island City. Since then, Sculpture Center has become a resource for local artists, students, and audiences. Over the past 2 decades, we have shown more than 900 emerging or under-recognized artists, often giving them their first major US or New York solo show. We commission ambitious new work and showcase experimental ideas to which audiences would unlikely otherwise be exposed. Sculpture Center is free and open to the public and serves an average of 8,000 to 9,000 visitors each year. In addition to our exhibitions, we offer 10 to 15 free public programs each year for a wide range of interests, audiences, and ages, including artist and curator talks, tours, panel discussions, readings, book launches, performances, workshops, and concerts. Our varied programs better accommodate a broader range of constituencies within our neighborhood and the broader Queens and New York City communities. Today, we ask that the Queens Borough Board consider supporting Sculpture Center with a $5,000 discretionary grant to ensure that we're able to continue making our programming free and accessible to all, and are able to serve the changing needs of our local community. We'd really love to increase our visitorship and again, cater toward the changing landscape of Long Island City. As we look to our 100-year anniversary in 2028, we're also preparing a $50,000 a capital equipment request that will significantly upgrade our AV systems, which have not been replaced in more than a decade. We will be able to more effectively present, document, archive, and share our programming and reach those who cannot attend or access our programming in person. This would remove barriers to access and better capitalize and grow upon our online following of more than 100,000 across our social media and mailing list. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I have to get by to visit. I still have not visited your
Yes,
center.
yes.
And that's ridiculous.
Don't
I
worry,
think
we'll let you know.
Phil, that's Phil's fault. Okay.
Thank you
You're
again.
the only one I haven't got to. All right. Righty. We now hear from Bayside Glen Oaks. Volunteer Ambulance Corps.
All right. Good day, everyone. I'll be a little different today. Thank you, Mr. Borough President and esteemed colleagues on today's panel for inviting me to give testimony on behalf of my not-for-profit. My name is Jerry Gelbard. Personally, I'm a 45-year active volunteer with the Bayside Glen Oaks Volunteer Ambulance Corps, previously known as Glen Oaks Volunteer Ambulance Corps, and I'm current Chief of Operations. This past August, we proudly celebrated 50 years of service to our communities in Eastern Queens. With continued dedication and investment, we have been able to provide various EMS services as well as community-based education, youth programs, and community event support that have translated into saving lives and providing a base for youth and adults to learn and provide service to their communities. I come here today and ask that the Borough Board join us and our communities by investing in our future. After these 50 years, we are also very proud to have been able to expand our service reach into Bayside, who lost their volunteer EMS agency in 2018. As we continue our implementation of services into these new communities, we identified the need to dramatically invest in our aging infrastructure. Our organization is seeking an investment of $2.5 million in capital funding for fiscal 25. Our facilities are approaching 20 years of age and require enlargement, improvements, and new spaces to manage the increased day-to-day need of our operation. This would include vehicle storage enhancements and expansion, expanded, renovated, or new education spaces, as well as technology support and equipment for these new upgraded facilities. As we grow, so does our need for the most up-to-date EMS ambulances. Since January of 2020, which was before COVID, costs to replace ambulances have seen a dramatic 35% increase. In 2016, our vehicle replacement capped out at $200,000. To replace these same vehicles today sets us back an additional $100,000 at the least. We are hopeful that the Borough Board will partner with us and invest in these important life-saving and life-sustaining investments that would permit us to seamlessly continue our expanded services, volunteer education and youth programs, as well as community event support while providing safe, appropriately sized and upgraded spaces for our volunteers for the next 50 years. Thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you. And I know we were working with you on the capital piece last budget, correct? It was all of the things, figure it out.
Expense last, capital
Expense,
coming
capital.
up.
So capital, this would be your first capital request.
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Yeah, no, there's a question for you that anyone has blue Subaru here? She has one. You're parking in a spot. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Oh, no problem. We'll hold your spot for you. All right. Yeah. So as long as so you're going to apply for non-city capital.
We'll work it out.
Okay. All right. Got it. All right. Got it.
We'll continue to have discussions on how it fits.
Right. Because I know weren't you working on an issue on?
Yeah.
Did we figure that out?
The issue here is yes, we need to figure out some threshold situations for them to qualify. So we're working on that.
Okay.
Correct. And we'll be in touch on that. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day all.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Next, we're going to Rudolph Shaw Caribbean American Repertory Theater.
Good afternoon, Mr. Honorable Borough President Donovan Richards and Honorable Deputy Borough President Ebony Young and the distinguished members of the panel. I'm Rudolph Shaw. I'm the Executive Director of Caribbean American Repertory Theater. In the interest of time, I've submitted some supplemental materials with the proposal. I'll only read the last paragraph and then I could add some more material. Caribbean American Rep Theater is requesting $140,000 funding from the Borough President's Office to support our goal of website development, website maintenance, and marketing expenses for the productions of the company's work in 2025. The productions planned for 2025 are Love Is by playwright Anthony Wisdom, who's of Jamaican parents and was born in St. Albans, where we operate. And we also want to do A Raisin in the Sun by legendary African-American playwright Lorraine Hansberry. The funding will also support the company in providing professional theater to impoverished youths and adults in our underserved communities in Queens through our complimentary admissions. I need to expand on that because a lot of youths I meet in the community, they say, you know, I would love to come and see the shows, but I can't afford $20. And we have to really make it clear to them that you could come for free. And we've tried this, but you know, I need more staff to really make this happen. The website will be used to advertise the services of the company's fund of the company, and funds will also be used to pay artists and technical consultants for their contributions to the productions. I'm not going to read the rest here. I'm just going to go back to what I was talking about in terms of having students access. One of the things we have here is that we, in our audience development program, we do shows at Jamaica Performing Arts Center and JCAL. And I'm very proud of this one because we right now liaison with about 4 schools. We need to have like 14 or more schools in Queens. They come during the day with a bus, and 3/4 of the students do not pay. And I talked to the school principals, and they said, okay, those who could afford, we'll have them pay. And those who cannot, it's okay. And it's nice to be on stage or be in the audience and see the theater packed with 400 plus students on a day trip seeing professional theater. And that's why I included a photo of one of our shows in my submission. I know I don't have enough time, but I will greatly appreciate your help. And we've also applying through the discretionary funding of the city council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All righty, we'll go to NHS of Queens.
Good afternoon. It is great to be here. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Borough President Donovan Richard, also Deputy Borough President Ebony Youngs, and esteemed staff and council members. I really appreciate the opportunity to address you today. My name is Jocelyn Henao Estrella, and I'm the Executive Director of Neighborhood Housing Services of Queens. We call ourselves Tiny but Mighty. We have been in the community for now, we are celebrating 30 years where we have dedicated to assisting low to moderate income families in Queens in achieving and preserving homeownership sustainably. At NHS, we approach addressing our housing crisis in a holistic manner. We also work in collaboration closely with local residents to reach and elected officials and also different organizations to bridge the gap in existing services, ensuring that our efforts are community-led and responsible to local needs. Every year, we are now helping more and impacting the lives of more than 9,000 individuals. This has almost doubled the amount of people that we have been able to assist, which reflect the housing crisis that we are experiencing in New York City. And also what we have done is also we addressing the barriers of affordable housing. We have expanding our programs, offering services, including digital literacy training, graduating just last year, we graduated 4 cohorts to help bridge the gap, the literacy gap of our communities. So in 2019, the organization that helped people stay in their home was we needed to move. So right now we are in the process of purchasing our own casita, our own NHS home. So for this, we are requesting $1 million in capital funding and also $30,000 in discretionary funding. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for your collaborative efforts.
What would the capital go for again?
This is gonna be for being able to do rehab for that we are purchasing, but we have secured over now $3.6 million.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All righty. We're gonna go now to Richmond Hill High School.
Good afternoon, Queens Borough President Donovan Richards and Board. My name is Kevin Kunj-Bahari. I'm one of the assistant principals over at Richmond Hill High School in the heart of Richmond Hill, Queens. We're a large comprehensive high school serving over 1,700 students. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you for your continued support of our school community, funding our broadcast studio, and your overall partnership in helping us grow our programs. As you know, our building has been servicing Queens since 1928, and we're continuously looking to revitalize our programs as well as bringing the programs that are helping our students compete for the 21st century jobs. But who better to hear from this than the students? So I'm going to pass it over to Gabby, which is one of our Richmond Hill High School seniors.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Well, Mr. K already told you, my name is Gabby, and I'm a senior at Richmond Hill High School. I'm going to talk to you guys about the culinary program at Richmond Hill. So we've had it for several years now. The culinary program has served many students, and their students learn how to cook and prepare dishes from several cultural backgrounds. And because of our success recently, the superintendent's office chose us among 6 high schools, including in the Queens South District, to offer students this culinary program. And we recently had, we currently have 60 students who are registered to take our after-school culinary classes this semester, which is more than any other school has. However, we have no kitchen. The students cook on a few hot plates in a science lab, and we do not have any refrigerators or stoves or dishwashers or any other equipment we really need. And we need a professional kitchen like Food and Finance High School has. I don't know if Mr. K distributed some images, but if we refer to Exhibit A, at Food and Finance High School, you can see the noticeable differences that they have a professional kitchen, uniforms, and utensils that they need. So the overall budget we're looking at is about $5 million to provide students with this opportunity. Thank you. And I'm going to pass it on to Alana, another senior at our high school.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be talking about the art department. The existing condition of our art room hinders students' creative potential. If you look at Exhibit B, this is what our current classroom looks like. We're seeking $1 million for vital enhancements, converting the current attic into a cutting-edge art facility. Our school lacks the modern resources needed for artistic exploration. Funding will establish a graphic art studio, introducing students to contemporary art forms, and a Google Jamboard for digital brainstorming and collaboration. The majority of funds will enhance the classroom itself, repairing concrete walls, upgrading flooring, improving lighting, increasing electrical circuits, new wall construction, creating flexible workstations, providing multifunctional furniture for storage, and replacing the old kiln. These improvements aim to create a more inviting and functional environment for students. I will now be passing the mic on to Daniel, an 11th grader.
Hi, my name is Daniel, and I'm a member of the robotics team of Richmond Hill High School. Since the inauguration in 2017, our robotics program has demonstrated substantial growth, helping several students with hands-on learning across subjects including physics, engineering, mathematics, programming, and more, reinforcing theoretical knowledge with practical experience. Our successes have culminated in national competitions, fostering not only academic growth, but invaluable networking opportunities. Working with the funding we can receive, we will be able to help students extend their knowledge and get jobs in the 21st century. Such as diverse robotic kits, sophisticated software tools, variable hardware components with 3D printers and laser cutters. This laboratory will equip students with the skills and economic opportunities through technological education. This hub will influence students to join and give them an inviting environment to extend their knowledge and learn how to use all these tools. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your testimony. Very inspiring.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Let me ask you a question. So we gave last year, what, 750K?
Yeah.
So you need an additional, what is it, 750? And were these priced out by school construction authority or?
This was priced out by that's the SCA.
SDA? Okay, perfect. So, all right.
So we're
these
looking
are
to
listed.
expand the robotics
Okay.
and culinary.
Right.
As
And
well
I
as
think
the-
we funded.
Last fiscal year, we funded what it is, the arts, Art Media and Graphics Arts Center. So this is a different room, right?
Correct. That was our AOHT digital media studio.
Okay, so that was for the studio. So, okay, all right, got it. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your testimony. We look forward to following up, and we're going to keep making progress in your school.
Stop by whenever you're around.
All right. Well, you got to invite me a day y'all cooking. That's the easiest way to get me there. I got to visit the culinary because then you're going to really make me fund that whole thing. All right. Scratch that from the record. All right, now we will head over to, is this Center for Women? Yeah. Center for, oh yeah, see, a Center for Women. For the women of New York.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
President Donovan Richards. It's nice to see you, Ebony, Brittany, Iraq, and Michael. Thank you for the opportunity for having us. My name is Cecilia Venusta-Weigel. I'm the president of the Center for the Women of New York. I'm here with Karen Maza, who's one of our vice presidents, and our amazing executive director, Raquel Charia. So the Center for the Women of New York is a nonprofit organization established in 1987, and we're dedicated to the equality, the advancement, and well-being of individuals who self-identify as women. The center provides programs and services to support, educate, train, and empower women and girls from all walks of life, but in particular to those who are vulnerable. Specifically, survivors of domestic violence, trafficking, and immigrants. From a personal approach, our team, in partnership with each of the participants, identifies our participants' individual needs. We connect them with appropriate CWNY and partner programs and support them as they navigate the system promoting gender equality. Some of our partners are UFT, CWE, the Family Justice Center, Workforce One, SUNY 1199, and Queens Borough Community College. We would like to thank Queens Borough President Donovan Richards and Speaker Adrian Adams for allocating funds last year to complete the renovation of our building at Fort Totten in Bayside, which has quickly become a sanctuary for women in Queens. We are now ready to enhance our current much-needed programs to help women enter, re-enter, and remain in the workforce. Our holistic model looks at the whole woman. Our services consist of 4 main categories of programming, which are Empower, under which we offer support to implement an individualized action plan to reach our participants' goals while removing the roadblocks that prevent them from reaching their full potential. Educate Her, under which we offer certificate programs, GED, ESL, and computer skill classes. Employ Her, under which we offer job counseling, job training, and career workshops. Embrace Her, under which we offer holistic services such as yoga, gardening, parenting workshops, support groups for women in crisis, caregivers, and parents. In creating clear pathways and through our partnerships, we will offer childcare and youth programs for the children of our participants to make sure childcare is not an obstacle for their career advancement. These programs will occur simultaneously as participants are taking classes and training, fostering a sense of security in our community. The need for our service is rapidly growing, and we intend to grow with it. Our goal is to serve all who could benefit from our programs while affecting positive change in the lives of women and girls in New York City. Our participants have the potential of being excellent assets to the city's workforce. We strongly believe that when women are empowered, our communities are stronger. To implement and expand these programs in both of our locations, in Bayside and here at Queens Borough Hall, we need your support. The center is requesting $100,000 to support the operational costs to execute our mission center programs and change the trajectory of our participants' paths by impacting their lives in a meaningful and positive way. Thank you so much for your support to women's issues. And we know that you're always supporting our cause. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you for your testimony and the work you do. Thank you. All right, next we'll go to Urban Upbound.
Good afternoon, Borough President, Deputy Borough President. My name is Alex Malesio, and I'm the Senior Director of Government Relations at Urban Upbound, a nonprofit which was founded in 2004 under the legal name East River Development Alliance, Inc., which remains our organization's legal name to this day. Urban Upbound's mission is to break cycles of poverty in lower income and public housing neighborhoods in New York City. Today, I'm here to speak about the capital and expense funding applications that Urban Upbound will be submitting to the Office of the Borough President in February. Firstly, Urban Upbound is seeking capital funding to allow for the renovation of the second floor of our newly purchased headquarters located at 31-35 Steinway Street. If granted capital funding, Urban Upbound plans to transform the large open floor plate of our building's second floor into a comprehensive social service center, complete with a minimum 25-seat capacity classroom and workshop area, a conference room, an intake center, and cubicles. With these renovations, Urban Upbound will have the tools needed to host workshops such as our popular OSHA 30 training, as well as hold one-on-one meetings between counselors and our clients, covering topics that range from financial counseling, small business support, mental health counseling, tax preparation services, and individualized soft skills development and job application assistance. Additionally, Urban Upbound is seeking expense funding from the Borough President's Office in order to support our ongoing work in the borough. Residents from all over Queens have come to rely on the workforce development, financial counseling, youth development and college access, tax preparation, small business assistance, benefits access, and mental health counseling services offered at Urban Upbound's 27 offices, pop-up locations, and seasonal sites throughout the borough. Thank you, Borough President Richards, for considering our request.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for all the work you're doing. And did you have a capital number?
So right now we are working with our architect, who we've identified a very great architecture firm to help us pro bono, to come up with a final number. But during preliminary conversations with them, they agree that we absolutely will be meeting the city minimum required amount for the request.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be back 1:20. All right.
Hi, is somebody talking to me?
Hi,
Hi, it's Katha. Who am I speaking with?
this is Courtney.
This is Jack Davis from the city.
I was just enabled. I'm Richard Kuzami.
All righty, good afternoon. All right, we will resume our budget hearing. And now we will hear first from Veep Forest Hills Volunteer Ambulance Corps.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, we hear you.
Good afternoon. Dear Honorable Richard, thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Forest Hills Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Our organization has been in existence since 1971, providing pre-hospital emergency medical services to the community of Forest Hills. In 1997, our agency expanded our primary response area to include the community of Rego Park. Then, in January 2023, we successfully expanded our primary response area to Kew Gardens and Richmond Hill. So effectively, we provide pre-hospital emergency medical services to the communities of Forest Hills, Rego Park, Kew Gardens, and Richmond Hill, Queens, New York. Our agency operates on donations from the communities we serve, as well as funding through the city and state by way of grants. Our members are not paid nor compensated in any way, as we are strictly 100% volunteer. I come here today to testify on behalf of our agency to request $10,000 for personal protective equipment and uniforms for our members. While this amount may not seem like a lot, it is truly a small fortune for us. The personal protective equipment and uniforms will allow our members to operate safely on a day-to-day basis, as we have been for the past 53 years. Last year, fiscal year 2023, our agency responded to over 400 calls for service, to which we transported over 150 people to the hospital for aid. I thank you for your time, consideration, and continued support of the Forest Hills Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Respectfully submitted, Aviv Citron, President and Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. And this would go towards protective equipment and uniforms, correct?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your time. All right, next we'll hear from Courtney Muller, the Rockaway Film Festival.
Hi there. I'm not sure if you can see me.
We can't see you yet.
I apologize. I'm not.
You could if you're having a problem with your video, it's fine. You could proceed.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll go ahead. Good afternoon, Borough President Richards, board, and fellow community members. My name is Courtney Muller. I'm the executive director and one of the co-founders of Rockaway Film Festival. I'd first like to thank you for your support over the past 2 years.
You're on mute. I think you're muted. Okay.
I was just, something just took over my.
Oh, there you go. Now we see you.
Okay, great. Apologies. Okay, so I'd first like to thank you for your support over the past 2 years. This is the first time that we have testified at a budget hearing, and we appreciate you giving us the opportunity to formally introduce our organization. Rockaway Film Festival is a nonprofit moving image celebration that brings affordable, inclusive, and enriching cinema and cultural programs to the Rockaway Peninsula. We were founded in 2018 with a mission of bringing cinema back to Rockaway, which has been without a movie theater for more than 20 years. The festival started as a week-long event, but has since expanded to include year-round programming. The testimony we sent you mentioned the more than 60 artists that we featured during our 2023 festival, but I just wanted to point out that beyond our 9-day annual festival, we presented work from over 100 artists and filmmakers from around the globe over the course of the year and attracted thousands of attendees to Rockaway. Our scope has more than tripled over the past 3 years, reinforcing the community's overwhelming desire for affordable and highly curated events. In addition to screenings, we organize live concerts by renowned artists, site-specific dance choreography, puppet shows, expanded cinema performances, the list goes on. Live performance has become an integral part of our programming, and we have featured many acclaimed performers in addition to spotlighting Rockaway-based artists. Last year, we forged a partnership with the newly inaugurated Rockaway Chamber Music, hosting 3 incredible concerts, which brought Grammy award-winning musicians to Rockaway. Rockaway Chamber Music also opened our festival last year with a live scored screening that was free for kids and one of our most successful programs to date. We're excited to host more of these events in years to come. These ambitious programs have been enormously successful and greatly valued by local residents. We're proud of our history of providing high-quality cultural events at little to no cost to the community, and we've taken care to shape our organization around models of equity, prioritizing paying filmmakers, artists, and performers fair fees, in addition to limiting our ticket prices to $10 or less. We offer multiple events for free to reduce economic barriers, and we never turn anyone away due to lack of funds. Now entering our 7th year, we need the support of the Queens Borough President and Board to help us continue to bring cinema, music, and performance to our vibrant, yet historically underserved waterfront community. We spent more than $8,000 on live performances last year, and we're seeking $10,000 in discretionary funding to secure a wide selection of artists, both local and international, to perform in Rockaway. We'll use these funds to organize 10 to 20 unique performances and to further cultivate our relationship with Rockaway Chamber Music by establishing sustainable fees for participating musicians. We hope to see you at some of our events at the Arbor Cinema this year, and we thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for keeping arts and culture alive in Rockaways.
Thank you.
Right. We'll now go to Jack Davis, the City Tutors. Jack Davis, the City Tutors.
You're muted, Jack. You have to unmute.
You're muted.
Sorry, some technical issue my end. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jack Davis. I'm a volunteer with the City Tutors. Thanks to the Queens Borough President's Office for your generous past support of the City Tutors, and for the opportunity to speak here today. The City Tutors is a tutoring and career mentoring hub. We work in partnership with local nonprofits and schools to serve learning communities in Queens and citywide who have historically been under-resourced. Through tutoring and mentoring, the City Tutors focuses on the needs of communities at the margins, supporting them in their professional and personal journeys so they can compete and win in today's job market. We match students with mentors from industries or professions they are interested in, as well as a job coach who works with them to prepare for their next career steps. Young learners and adults trying to earn their high school diploma can also receive support through drop-in tutoring hours that we run. During these tutoring hours, they receive one-to-one tutoring support at a time that works best for them, and they can receive support through our partner programs. Our volunteer tutors and mentors learn also. They learn effective tutoring practices and get guidance in communication and leadership skills. Your continued support in fiscal 2025 will help us serve more Queens residents in 3 ways. First, we will expand our network of program partners, that is schools and other organizations, by working with them and staffing their programs that work with underserved communities. Second, we will enhance our support for program partners by helping these partners deliver tutoring and mentoring directly to learners in their communities. And third, we will empower more New Yorkers in Queens and citywide to serve as tutors and mentors by training those with no formal tutoring or mentoring experience, and by supporting our tutors and mentors' professional growth through improved leadership and communication skills. Again, let me share our gratitude for your time today and your generous support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. And how many students are you seeing on average?
This last year, we served 2,800 students.
Wow.
The year before, 1,800. It's a fast-growing program.
Thank you. And majority in Queens, all in Queens?
No, throughout the city.
Okay.
Queens is probably overrepresented. Queens and Bronx are our 2 biggest active boroughs.
All right, good. All right, thank you. Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, next we'll hear from Richard Kuzami, Old Astoria Neighborhood Association, Incorporated.
Yes, hello. Thanks, everyone, for allowing us to testify. The Old Astoria Neighborhood Association is a 501c3 nonprofit formed in 2014 with nonprofit status established in 2015. We're based on or near the western Queens waterfront as follows: easternmost bordered 21st Street and Steinway Street, westernmost East River, northernmost East River, and the southernmost Queensboro Plaza North. And our mission statement is to promote communications between residents and city agencies, private business, developers, charities, and elected officials. B, promote the local business environment for economic growth and promote neighborhood reinvestment. C, enhance the cultural health of the area, both in artistic achievement, promotion, and relations between various ethnic groups. And D, work to identify quality of life issues and advocate for solutions. ONA aims to accomplish this mission by arranging and facilitating presentations, workshops, and town hall meetings for the Astoria community. We invite government agencies, electeds, private institutions, local residences, and businesses to address issues of local interest. ONA will provide its services for the benefit of residences, businesses, and owners of properties that are located within the borders above. Some issues we have addressed include advocating with other stakeholders for the New York City ferry landing and its direct extension to the Upper East Side, the start of street cleaning in the neighborhood, creation of school safety zones, and other important traffic measures. We're also involved in outreach and recommendations regarding the bus lane on 21st Street. And as of last night, we were also in the middle of discussions with the Port Authority regarding the bus lane on 31st Street between Ditmars and 21st Avenue. We also advocate for capital reinvestment in Old Astoria. Current projects include the creation of an arts district in the Astoria waterfront. We have secure, oops, I'm over time.
If you let it wrap up, you can wrap up.
Okay, well, okay, the capital that we have is the Arts District. We have the support of Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Also, other projects include an ice skating rink in the Astoria Park diving pool, dog runs and pickleball courts in Hallett's Peninsula. They're currently in scope, and we will follow up with the budget teams on cost as soon as finalized. We've been receiving discretionary funding from the New York City Council since 2015, and last year we started receiving funding from the borough president. We greatly appreciate it. Okay, I think that's it for now. We have more of that, but it's all been handed in as written. So
now, were you playing basketball over the weekend like me?
I actually had surgery last week.
Okay.
As you know, I'm a drummer and a performer, and I had to have surgery on my hand. Too many years of doing that led to arthritis. So.
God bless. I definitely could use one of those after the basketball game this weekend. But
okay. Good.
You missed. My body still, it feels like I'm still on the court.
I hear you, and I'm going, it's been, I'm going to be down for up to 12 weeks because of this. So.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
wow.
It's pretty extensive, so.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll see you around. So.
Oh, I'm around. Thank God for virtual.
Yep, exactly. All right. Well, thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll go to the Queens World Film Festival.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kathy Cato, and I am a member of the Queens Borough President's Nonprofit Network and the Executive Director of the Queens World Film Festival, a 14-year-old 501c3 here in Queens. Hello, and thank you to Borough President Richards and your panel for all of your support. I also want to acknowledge all of my colleagues across Queens who provide arts and culture services that reflect our diversity and speak to our determination to make sure all voices are heard. Since our inception, we have screened 1,844 films from 98 nations, including 281 from Queens filmmakers. We have served over 80,000 people with these screenings. 23% of those audiences come from outside of the United States. 28% come from the other 4 boroughs. Over 1,000 Queens public school children have contributed to completed films and screened them for their school communities. Over 400 interns from Queens education institutions have supported our filmmakers, and 32% of them are now working in the industry, and scores more have finished college. As I said, we've served over 80,000 people by screening films from the beaches of Rockaway to camps in Little Neck. From the high schools in Paumanok to the Museum of the Moving Image, the local Queens Theater, the Sherpa Association, a Triangle Park in Woodside, Flushing Town Hall. Now, when you read our application for $15,000 for discretionary funding, you're going to hear all about the listening tour and all about Passion and Action, our year-round programming. And I know that you are hearing compelling commentary from many organizations because our health, our wellness, and our community needs are great. So I just want to say that now is not the time to ask our storytellers to put down their cameras, their paintbrushes, their instruments, their dancing shoes. Now is not the time to ask our newest New Yorkers to keep their stories to themselves. Now is not the time to tell our emerging creatives that responding to their creative impulse is not something worth doing, nor will it be supported. You've supported us in the past, and we know that the need is great. But we just want to remind you that the Queens World Film Festival is part of the gathering, and the gathering is crucial. The sharing of our stories and lived experiences is how we recapture our ability to survive our differences. I thank you again for everything, and we will see you in Queens.
Thank you. That's right, in Queens. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Next, we'll hear from Shannon Shaw, HeartShare St. Vincent Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. Board President Richards and the Queens Board. Hi, my name is Shannon Shaw, and I am Chief of Staff at HeartShare St. Vincent Services. So HeartShare St. Vincent has been around for 150 years, and we are a multi-program, nonprofit social services provider. And we deliver services with community-based health, care and interventions, and support services. Every year, we empower about 6,000 people and families across New York City to overcome the challenges of poverty, family crisis, addiction, illness, and more. We serve over 2,000 families in Queens through our supportive housing services for youth aging out of foster care. We have special medical residencies for medically fragile, healing homes, for people who are displaced or young people who are displaced. And we have a strong presence in Laurelton, South Ozone, St. Albans, Springfield, and Jamaica. And our description of our need is HSVS has an Article 31 medical health clinic that serves families, the population I just described. And we offer evidence-based modalities and non-traditional art therapy. And despite our diverse expertise, we are not reaching the people that we need to reach. And the fact is, yes, this is an Article 31 clinic, and I want everyone to recognize that the funding that we have is insufficient. So today my ask is twofold, and maybe I'll sneak in a third one. But I'm asking for supplemental funding for $150,000 to support our advocates and our engagement, to support our outreach and engagement so that we can meet the people so people with mental health and addiction who need addiction services are hard to reach population. And unfortunately, the outreach for that is not billable through Medicaid. And so we're asking for supplemental service for this. In addition, I'm asking for your support or advocacy to the governor, to the state governor, to understand that like HeartShare St. Vincent Services, other agencies like ours are not able to be successful because they cannot reach the population. And my third ask, if I have time, is I would love if you could come out to one of our sites. If competitive Uno and Jenga at a healing home for some of our youth who are in foster care sounds good to you, I would love to get that set up with someone from your team.
Absolutely. And Brittany and Michael will follow up. So certainly I would love to come out to see what you're doing, and let's figure out some ways we can also partner to get the word out about the services that you're providing.
Thank
Even
you
as
so
we
much.
have around the budget. So yes. All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we'll hear from Kinding Sindor. Poetry. Poetry.
They're not there yet.
Oh, she's not here. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. So we'll go to, is this Mega Group Development? Are they here?
No.
If not, we'll go to Lewis Lattimore House Museum. Stephanie.
Hello, everyone. Good to be here. Thank you, Borough President Richards and the Queens City Council members for listening to my testimony today. I am Stephanie Densar, the Development Associate at the Lewis Latimer House Museum. Just for a bit of context, in recent years, the Lewis Latimer House Museum, which is the landmark historic 26-year home of which is a landmark 26-year home of Lewis Latimer, who is a Black inventor and all-around Renaissance man, has made significant strides in its cultural and STEAM-centered educational programming. We've been steadily expanding the modes and ways we engage with students and community members, including with our mobile Lewis Latimer Lab initiative, which has provided more than 2,000 students and community members with the novel ways to engage Lewis Latimer. And to envision themselves as innovators and creators of change. Additionally, we have partnered with many different Queens Library branches throughout Northeast and Southeast Queens, including some branches in Rosedale, Flushing, Jamaica, and Arverne. As I deliver this testimony, the Lewis Latimer House Museum is undergoing the renovation of its new permanent exhibition, which has been a really big deal. And this will tell an even more elaborate story of Lewis Latimer and his family and their continued legacy. We are due to reopen later this spring, and we would love to invite you all to the reopening ceremony. And last year, in September 2023, on the 16th, the Lewis Latimer House Museum was able to celebrate the 175th birthday of Lewis Latimer, which was also a big deal. And we welcomed 253 community members to a day immersed in STEAM-centered activities for families, interactive performances, meaningful speeches, and communal joy. Thank you, Borough President Richards and Council members Sandra Ung and Shakar Krishnan for attending and giving us speeches. And we were also able to proclaim on that day, Lewis Latimer House Day for our district, which was a really big deal too. And this year, we hope to continue the tradition of the celebration and also in this new space. So for fiscal year 2025, we respectfully request Queens Borough President's discretionary expense funding of $5,000, as well as City Council discretionary funding and CASA and cultural immigrant designations to uphold our cultural and educational programs for the members of the broader Queens community, as well as New York City. And we'll be able to, with this funding, share valuable lessons about STEAM and STEAM's importance, as well as the continued celebration of Lewis Latimer's legacy. So thank you so much for your consideration and supporting our mission.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for keeping his legacy alive right here in Queens. And a lot of people don't know he's from here, so the work you're doing is so important, inspiring the next generation. So thank you. Next, we'll hear from Khadisha Walters, Black Lining Foundation, Incorporated.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Khadisha
I skipped you. I
Walters.
didn't realize. That's my fault. You may begin. Sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Khadisha Walters. I am co-founder of Black Lining Foundation. I am also part of the Queens Nonprofit Network, and I was honored to serve on the 2023 Queens Delegate. I'm here to propose for Black Lining Foundation. We're a citywide organization, 501c3. However, I am Queens born and bred, and I would like to expand our nonprofit to the Queens area. The pillars of our mission are focusing on previously red line areas, which is the play on the words of Black lining. In Queens, I grew up in Corona, which was one of the predominantly redlined areas, as well as Flushing, Jamaica, Rockaway, all of these areas. We want to go back and build a foundation, which we call our 3 pillars, which are health, wealth, and legacy. We offer programs like budgeting, our Eat to Live workshop, where we focus around eating fruits and vegetables, especially culturally in each of these areas, to make sure that they're able to actually go in and eat a healthy lifestyle and a healthy balanced food. We focus on legacy, where we teach generational wealth workshop checklist. We go through a list of people to making sure that they're aware of the things that they can pass on to their families and their children. Simple things like just knowing that you're able to get a will, making sure that all of your financial accounts have beneficiaries on there. A lot of people aren't aware of all of these circumstances that can essentially go and end up in probate. I'm also a real estate, so I work with a lot of people that go through the probate process. So being able to give that information so they don't have to go through that long strenuous process helps a lot of families to keep things in their family and build on their legacy. We are asking to about $10,000 to expand our programs, our Eat to Live on a Budget program, as well as our generational wealth checkup list, so we can offer these programs throughout Queens and all of these previously redlined areas. Thank you.
How many people are you serving a year?
We serve about 500 a year total.
Okay, got it. All right. Right. Thank you so much for your testimony and the work you're doing.
Appreciate it.
All right, Kending Sindor, now poetry.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much,
Salam.
QVP Donovan Richard, for allowing me to speak today. And thank you all the present council members. My name is Putri Rangkamanis, and I'm going to present to you Kending Sindao as the
You're
staple
not reading and
of...
driving, are you? Poetry, you're not reading and driving, are you?
Hello? I'm reading and driving, yeah. No,
Don't
I'm not driving.
pull
Somebody
over.
else driving. I'm Superwoman.
I love you. I want you to be safe. Poetry gave me my COVID shot, was the first person to swab me. So we become well acquainted. And you kept me safe. I want to keep you safe now. So make sure you're pulling over. All right.
Thank you so much. I have a great husband here driving.
Oh, all right. You got somebody driving. All right. Thank God. All right. Got it. All right. Got it. All right. Good. We got. All right.
Thank you. In this work in New York City, and particular Queens, having existed for over 30 years, we've been asserting, reclaiming, preserving, and recreating the traditions of the indigenous people of Mindanao, Philippines since 1992. Through our critical work, we have inspired and empowered indigenous and diasporic Filipinos and the rest of Queens and the communities around us unapologetically and amplifying live out our truths. Kending Sindao is urgently requesting. It's a big request that 100,000 to continue our cultural work, which we serve all organizations actually that ask us, and this will support and will be allocated towards our operations, our program implementations, and evolution in communities to gather and immerse themselves in our rich traditions. Here, we propose programmatic and logistic uses of the requested funding. Host classes on dance, music, oral history, and silat martial art. Serve as platform for intercultural exchange, securing safe storage space for indigenous musical instrument, wardrobe, and performance. Preservation of gallery for viewing and learning about indigenous artifacts. These four proposed functions address multiple dimensions of the human condition: physical fitness, freedom of social and emotional expression, and improving mental health outcomes. When the people are brought together through performance and cultural education, they uncover communalities that allow the bands to flourish and deepen the sense of belonging. Everyone will be welcome: people of color, immigrants, queer, trans folks, everyone, with the guiding light of our tradition bearers, past and present. We cultivate community members to trust on states and advocate in the streets. To make this happen, material support must also be allocated towards the operation. Here is that we are proposing 1 full-time operation manager, 1 part-time development manager. If awarded these funds, Kending Sindao will continue to exist for generations to come, educating our fellow New Yorkers and reducing anti-Asian bias through shared humanity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, QBP. And thank you for always remembering me as a nurse.
Thank you for the work you do, and certainly with our growing Filipino community here in Queens. So important that organizations like yours exist in doing this work to cultivate the talent that we know is there. So I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, and also recommend that you also work with both state and in your state assembly, state senate, and because your ask is 100K. And
Yes.
the beauty of the borough president is that we get a lot of capital and they get a lot more expense. So that's the difference being here. So just want to make sure that we temper expectations, not to say we don't want to support again, but just making sure that, you know, you're definitely reaching out to your other electeds as well.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
That being said, thank you so much and keep up the good work. Be safe. All right. Next, we'll go to South Asian Youth Action. Sonia? Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. My name is Sonia Sisodia. I'm the Executive Director of South Asian Youth Action, SAYA. Been proud to be in this role, leading the organization for almost 10 years now. SAYA has been around serving the Queens community for 28 years. We provide after-school programs, including mentorship, leadership development, college access and success, and creative enrichment. The thing that stands out and that makes SAYA unique is the foundation of everything we do is belonging, instilling and deepening, strengthening a sense of belonging in all of our young people. We truly understand that that is the fundamentals trait and quality that we need to build upon. We serve over 1,600 Queens youth annually in kindergarten through college. We have a community center in Elmhurst, Queens. Love for you all to come out sometime. And we're also in 10 schools. The schools that we're in are in neighborhoods across the borough. We're in Astoria, Elmhurst, Glen Oaks, Jamaica Hills, Long Island City, Ozone Park, Richmond Hill, and South Ozone Park. Our ask is, you know, also a bit ambitious, as you just mentioned, is $100,000 in expense funding to expand our work in 3 high schools that we think are extremely critical for SAYA to be in. We expanded to 2 of these high schools in 2023, Hillcrest High School, as well as the High School for Construction, Trade, Engineering, and Architecture. I think I got that acronym right. Yes. We found ourselves in both of those schools at the request of the school administrations, and we have been working closely with them to build programming within the schools without any government support. We've been fundraising any city government support, and we've been fundraising on our own for those 2 schools. As well, in January this month of 2024, we began programming in Epic South High School. We feel strongly that SAYA's presence in those schools is beneficial to fostering a sense of community in those schools. Our high school students need all of us, you know, nonprofits, city government, to come together and give them what they need and uplift them. We feel confident that with increased support from your office, as well as other elected officials, we're hoping to really expand our work in those high schools in particular. And, you know, I'd love to also partner with you. You know, it's not the best time to be asking city government for money these days, but I'd really love to partner with you, Borough President, in really figuring out a sustainable way to support Hillcrest High School in particular. I feel strongly that it should be a community school. SAYA does have a community school in Richmond Hill High School, and we have been a long-time community school provider in that community, and we really think that model could be applied to Hillcrest High School to the benefit of the community.
No, that's a great point. And, you know, we've been doing a lot of work in the school. Matter of fact, they attended our Queens Tech fair on Saturday. Mohammed, who's the president there. And I agree with you 1000% on the community school ask there. We definitely will follow up on that.
Great.
Work with the UNT on that as well. Because the state actually funds those, but we can actually probably, that's a great point. The wraparound services are needed there. And, you know, it's easy for people to say suspend all these kids in the school, which we were against. We need to really look at a holistic plan. And I couldn't agree with you more. So look forward to working with you on your ask, but also
Yes,
that's a
definitely.
good point on the community school ask. Great.
Thank you. Thank
Right,
you for
thank
your
you.
support.
Thank you. Very good point. We'll go to Keith Carr, City Harvest.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And thank you, Borough President Richards and members of the Queens Borough Board for holding today's important hearing. My name is Keith Carr, and I'm the Senior Manager of Policy and Government Relations at City Harvest, New York's largest and longest operating food rescue organization. I'm here today with my colleague, Jenna Gaglione, who's part of our institutional partnerships team, and I'm presenting today on behalf of City Harvest to request support from the Queens Borough President capital allocation that will help us to continue to serve the more than 1 in 9 Queens residents struggling with food insecurity at this time. Every day, City Harvest rescues hundreds of thousands of pounds of fresh foods, nutritious food, and distributes it to New Yorkers in need through hundreds of our food pantry, soup kitchens, and community food programs across all 5 boroughs. Unlike traditional food banks, the vast majority of the food that we rescue and deliver is fresh produce, providing our neighbors in need with consistent access to fresh fruits and vegetables they need to thrive. In Queens, we work with more than 60 community food programs, including our own mobile markets, which are free produce giveaways in Astoria and Queensbridge. And we'd love for you to come and see those one day and volunteer with us. And we'd also love for you to come down to our facility just to see the operation. But each of those households, they're held twice monthly and serve hundreds, not hundreds of thousands, but hundreds of households at each event. Our partners reach nearly every corner of the borough and range from small volunteer-run sites to large emergency food programs operating across multiple locations, including the Harding Ford Vision, the Chehalat Synagogue Food Pantry, the YWCF Queens, and Salvation Army in Jamaica. Last year alone, we provided more than 22 million pounds of fresh, nutritious food for our neighbors in Queens, maintaining our operations over 30% higher than before the pandemic. To support all of this work, City Harvest operates a fleet of 23 trucks, which are on the road day and night, 7 days a week, despite the wear and tear of driving through New York City streets. The last time we fully replaced our fleet was after Hurricane Sandy. And since operating at an elevated level now and from the beginning of the pandemic, it is critical that we now replace our entire fleet in the coming years to continue our work for New Yorkers in need. Our request to the Queens Borough President will be for approximately $180,000 to replace one of our refrigerated box trucks. As food insecurity continues to increase, your support will help us to maintain our food rescue and delivery to meet the heightened response for us as long as is needed. Ultimately put fresh food and nutritious food on the table of Queens residents who struggle each day in the face of the rising cost of living in the city. We thank you for your consideration and for all that you do to create a more food secure food future for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we've had a lot of challenges increasingly with food access across the borough. We're going to grant this request.
Queens is increasing a little bit more than the entire city.
Yep. So we're going to grant this definitely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All righty. We'll go to the Greater Astoria Historical Society. Bob Singleton. You just follow Iraq to make sure. All right, good. Sure, everybody knows Iraq.
I'm Bob Singleton, Executive Director, Greater Astoria Historical Society, and I'm here to present a proposal for the Queens Borough President's Office for the next budget year. As quick aside, we are also members of the Queens Borough President's nonprofit network, and there's a lot of great stuff that's being done on that platform. We asked for $2,000 in funding for our summer program for children in the Astoria, Long Island City community, now in its 5th year. This grant is partially to pay for office rental, which supports the program's administration functions. The walking tours are designed from a child's perspective. General topics are neighborhood history, featuring maps for exploration, age-appropriate new vocabulary words, and a unique character of each community. This is an incomplete list, but the locations include past tours, Native American sites, historic Roosevelt Island, Astoria Park, and the Newtown Creek Nature Preserve. Tours and their accompanying lessons are drawn from our archives, which consist of maps, historical records, artifacts. These tools are the springboard that fuels both the tour and a lesson plan presented to the youthful program participants. Tours given weekly during the summer last about 1.5 to 2 hours and include 12 to 15 children per tour. We have partnerships with summer camps and welcome opportunities to work with other groups in Queens. How does this program impact our community? Firmly based on the New York State Board of Education curriculum for elementary school children, it enhances children's critical thinking skills while they're having fun. How do we measure success? By assessing both the rapt attention and a myriad of questions from the participants, by looking for ways to continuously expand the program narrative, and most importantly, feedback from parents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And which schools do you partner with?
We are working with the Gantry Kids last summer. It was a new group that we started working with.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
See you, Rob. All right. Next, we'll go to Lorraine Forestdale.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Queens Borough President Richards, the Honorable Queens delegation members, and valued guests for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the clients and families we serve. I'm Lorraine Gonzalez Camastra, Assistant Executive Director at Forestdale. We're a Queens-based nonprofit agency committed to fighting the intergenerational transmission of poverty and trauma in families. For several years, the New York City Council and the Queens Borough President have graciously funded our Strong Fathers program, and we thank you. We request $7,500 from the Queens Borough President's Office to support the agency's Strong Fathers and program in fiscal year 2025. Forestdale's Strong Fathers program reinforces the critical role of fathers in families, which impact whole communities. For consecutive years, we have served 350 fathers annually. The education and reflective work completed in the program, coupled with the one-on-one coaching and case management, bolsters self-confidence, family relationships, and overall family well-being. To illustrate the work we do, I would like to share the story of a client using a pseudonym. Lewis is a 35-year-old father who was referred to the Strong Fathers program by the New York City Administration for Children's Services due to domestic violence charges. This resulted in orders of protection against him on behalf of his partner and their 9-year-old son. Over the course of 9 months after engaging in the Strong Fathers program, he was able to graduate from the program successfully after completing parenting skills, domestic violence, and anger management workshops. He was able to move to supervised visits with his 9-year-old son, cascading into unsupervised visits, and ultimately joint custody of his child. As he juggled a variety of part-time jobs, Lewis received material assistance. And this program emerged as a result of our awareness in the pandemic, where we realized that families needed assistance for groceries, toiletries, and clothing. To date, we've distributed more than $700,000 in cash assistance since the pandemic start to Queens families who had setbacks due to unemployment and illness. All of our sales programs facilitate the advancement of individual, family, and community assets. Our fathering program employs a strength-based approach so that children, youth, and families may thrive. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing. It's an important program. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Craig Lasaltres, Common Point Queens, virtual.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
My name is Craig Latris. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Common Point Queens. Thank you to the Borough President and the Queens delegation members for supporting the really important work we do. We really couldn't do it without you. For more than 60 years, Common Point Queens has provided a comprehensive network of social services to stabilize, enhance, and preserve the quality of life for our Queens residents. From our 5 flagship locations to over 81 satellite sites, we are serving more than 85,000 individuals in Queens right now. We offer evidence-based, engaging, and effective programs to provide a full range of high-quality, accessible programs and services for people of all ages and abilities. It is a particular point of pride that our program participants mirror the staff and diversity of Queens and represent the many languages and cultures that make our borough the absolute best. There are many doors into Common Point Queens, and regardless of which door you enter, we are here to help you obtain your career goals or just become economically self-sufficient. Our core services include high growth areas in allied health, IT technology, hospitality, construction trades, ESOL, HSE, digital literacy courses, job placement, job retention, on-site mental health clinics, legal assistance, financial counseling, etc. All of our programs place a special emphasis on providing our participants with individualized service plans to meet their needs and ensure successful completion of the programs that we have. By targeting high-risk zip codes and using evidence-based practices, we serve young people mostly at risk from disengaging, delinquency, or just from entering the criminal justice system. Our holistic approach supports people facing multiple barriers to becoming self-sufficient, enables them to access multiple resources under one roof, giving participants the greatest chance of success. As you know, Borough President, we opened up a new adolescent hub in Jamaica, and we're asking for a targeted grant of $50,000 to address the needs of these vulnerable adolescents and young adults in our community. With your help, we look forward to continuing providing the high quality, meaningful programs and services to the residents of Queens. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the work Common Point does as well. Thank you. All right, gonna go to our next panel. Dr. Cynthia Mora, Visiting Neighbors Incorporated.
Hello,
Hello.
are you seeing me?
Yep, we see you.
Great, okay. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity to provide testimony to our borough president and the committee members. We are also a member of the Queens Borough Presidents Nonprofit Network, which has been wonderful. It's a great feeling to know that you're not alone. I mean, we're all about keeping seniors from feeling alone. It's so nice that when you're working and you're part of the world, that there are others doing some amazing stuff and we learn from one another. We're all about keeping seniors independent, active, and in their communities as long as possible. Visiting Neighbors has been around since 1972. That's the mother organization. And the Queens program started in 1984, servicing Forest Hills and Forest Hills and Rego Park. But we get calls from all over Queens, and we certainly respond to every call with either information, referral, or emotional support, or a caregiver that is at their wit's end and just needs a little support because they don't know how to navigate whether it's a difficult parent or whether it is the hospital system, which or even medical billing, which is a source of frustration for a lot of people. The seniors that we work with are not people that are going to go to a senior center. We work with the oldest old. The people that we serve are over 85 plus. I mean, we do help 60 and over, but the 60 and 70-year-olds are the ones who've had an injury temporarily or they have an illness. For the most part, our people are over 85, with the average being 90. And just to show an indication of how we're aging, a decade ago, it was 79. So we're definitely growing older. Our oldest seniors are in there. We have quite a few centenarians, and if we're lucky, we'll have 13 more this year. The seniors that we serve, we provide friendly visiting, telephone reassurance, information, and also a lot of cheer up. I know that's not a category on a DIFTA line, but bottom line, it is such an important thing because when you're isolated and by yourself and you've lost a lot of family and friends and you're losing mobility and other issues, whether you're starting to have problems with eyesight or hearing or just dexterity, it can be depressing. And having someone to talk to, vent with, share, even just share a television program or talk about Star Trek or whatever it is that makes them happy. We are matchmakers. We bring people together. We're all about neighbors serving neighbors. So the volunteers are people from the community. They either live here, work here, or play here. And we match them with a senior we think that they'll enjoy some companionship with. But they're also a pair of eyes and ears for us to notice of any changes that are going on with the seniors. We also keep abreast of scams that target seniors. Actually, they pretty much target everybody, but seniors being home and more available on a phone could pick up that person who says, hey, I'm from the government and I need to collect some information. And we tell them no giving out information over the phone. And certainly nobody is going to be sending any money to anybody or buying a gift card. We never has being a companion or having cheer up messages been more important than now. Even coming out of this pandemic, people are still getting sick and it can be very depressing for a lot of people. So it's wonderful to have these uplifting messages and a volunteer, somebody who cares, just letting you know that you matter. So we're asking at this point just for some support for our supplies, that we're asking for $3,000, but please understand, we will stretch every dollar. I think a lot of nonprofits do that, but we're really experts at doing that. So every little bit helps. Whatever you're able to give, we will be appreciative. A thank you, just a shout out to Lynn Schulman for her support, and also Borough President Donovan Richards for the support in the past. We appreciate it. All of it helped to keep us here. And we were active and open throughout the pandemic. Please know that. And going forward, we're not stopping. But we do need something to go forward with. And as I said, every little bit helps. We're a very cost-effective solution to make our community a better place for seniors and for those people who care about them. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Charlene Bush, Being Egypt Cares Incorporated.
Hello, good afternoon, Queens Borough President Richards and the delegation. Thank you so much for taking the time. So my name is Charlene Bush, and I'm here on behalf of Being Egypt Cares, a nonprofit that's really dedicated to eradicating youth illiteracy. We partner with schools and organizations to provide reading materials and writing services, really encouraging innovative literacy exploration. Our efforts extend beyond education, combating bullying, boosting self-esteem, and enabling confident self-expression. Today, I'm requesting funding for 3 key initiatives that have a significant impact on the Queens community. The first is our Kindness Carnival, Uniting Against Bullying and Violence. It's an annual celebration aimed at eradicating youth bullying and violence while promoting empathy, kindness, and respect. It's a family-friendly event that coincides with Anti-Bullying Awareness Month in October and aims to bring the community together, fostering unity and a strong stance against bullying. Our first carnival last year actually drew over 1,000 attendees, and we were able to provide anti-bullying resources to participants. Additionally, children from local schools who attended the event and expressed facing bullying issues allowed us to extend our impact by reaching out to their school administrators to address these issues effectively. The other event is Fatherhood and Faith's Barbershop Talks. It aims to promote the importance of fatherhood and strengthen the bond between fathers and their children. And as part of this initiative, we're working with local barbershops to provide free haircuts for children in need, along with an engaging panel discussion on fatherhood. And each participating barbershop will receive a bookcase filled with books for children to read when they visit moving forward. so that we're constantly promoting literacy and education. And then lastly, our anti-bullying assemblies and workshops are crucial components of our programming. We go to various schools to raise awareness about bullying and provide students with the tools to combat it. And our assemblies emphasize the importance of respect, kindness, and empathy. By addressing bullying head-on, we are not only fostering safer schools, but also nurturing a community where children can thrive without fear. So we're really committed to make a positive impact on the lives of individuals in Queens. And we believe that by investing in our programs, we can create a more literate, empathetic, and inclusive community. Thank you for considering our request for funding.
Thank
And
you.
I
And did you,
also belong to the Queens Borough President Nonprofit Network.
great. Did you have a number or a request?
In total for the 3 programming, $10,000.
10K total. Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank
Great
you.
work you're doing. All right. Next, we'll go to Mark Laster, Forest Hills Green Team.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Borough President and the panel. Thank you for letting me discuss about the Green Team and one of our programs. Again, my name is Mark Laster. I'm co-chair of the Forest Hills Green Team. My testimony today is not for funding for the Forest Hills Green Team, but a request to fund community composting in Queens. Our team staffs a weekly food scrap drop-off site every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. by Common Point, Queens, and Forest Hills. We've partnered with Queens Botanical Gardens, Grow NYC, and the Big Reuse to be able to run this site. The mayor in November eliminated all funding for community composting immediately. We are part of a citywide coalition called Save Our Compost, and we organized a series of rallies drawing hundreds of people, and Grow NYC started a petition that currently has close to 50,000 people who have signed it. Even with all this widespread support for community composting, last week, when the mayor released his budget for the next fiscal year, there remains no funding for community composting. The reason we were able to maintain our site was because at the end of last year, Grow NYC and some of the other partners involved in community composting received an anonymous grant to keep open these sites. However, this funding runs out at the end of this fiscal year and will not be available July 1. Even with this, Queens Botanical Gardens was forced to lay off workers from their composting program and is now limited in the amount of food scraps they can do to process into compost. My request to the borough president is to consider funding these programs here in Queens if the mayor does not restore these cuts from Queens, just as a stopgap. Since we believe that this is a citywide responsibility, it shouldn't fall upon each borough or each community organization. And then also, the other request is to form a task force where we could possibly examine ways that we can advocate with the city to restore these cuts.
Thank you for your testimony, and we'll be certainly working as we are with the council. And I believe we already sent the letter to the mayor asking him to restore cuts to community composting. So we're in the middle of a budget dance, but we look forward to definitely working with the likes of Councilmember Julie Wan, who's also been really passionate about this in the borough, because I know it's affected up near Queensbridge as well. So we'll continue to advocate and be in touch on this as we move forward. And the other thing is, even if you wanted us to be a stopgap, we need a number. What does that number look like? So
I'm sorry,
I
can get it to you.
And maybe
I'll
Grow
speak
NYC would know, but they could
probably Grow NYC. I could speak to people and I can email it to you once I give you a number.
All right, great. All right,
Okay,
thanks
thanks a lot, Borough President. Take care.
All right, next we'll hear from Michael Cohen, Simon Wiesenthal Center. I saw you yesterday. I feel like, yes, we were together yesterday. Good to see you again.
First of all, thank you for being here and for doing this. My name is Michael Cohen, and I am the Eastern Director of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, a leading global human rights organization devoted to teaching the legacy of the Holocaust, combating anti-Semitism, hate, bias, and defending human dignity. The Simon Wiesenthal Center has a constituency of over 400,000 families. More than 150,000 are in the New York metropolitan area alone. As access to the internet has expanded, so did the ability to spread hate. In response, as part of the Trailblazing Digital Terrorism and Hate Project launched over 25 years ago, The Simon Wiesenthal Center has designed this Combat Hate workshop program specifically for the classroom that provides students with both the analytical skills to recognize and identify bullying, hate, prejudice, and anti-Semitism on the web, social media, and interactive gaming systems, as well as providing them with the skill sets necessary to be active participants in combating such activities. In addition, the Combat Hate program provides an app-based resource to report hate and bullying that they see online. Middle school and high school students are particularly susceptible to bullying and turning into bullying themselves. This generation's relationship with social media often serves to exacerbate the problem. For both the victim and the aggressor, this dynamic causes increased psychological and disciplinary problems and oftentimes far worse. The program encourages students to think critically about the issues and is greatly found to reduce the instances of bullying, hate speech, and terror recruitment while empowering both observers and victims. The Simon Wiesenthal Center, through its educational arm, the Museum of Tolerance, has been the beneficiary of an incredible partnership with both your office and the New York City Council since 2019, which has funded over the last 4 years, over 75,000 New York City middle and high school public school students to receive this critical training. We all understand that we are currently under incredibly challenging times, and the programming of the Simon Wiesenthal Center's Museum of Tolerance has been a major tool toward ensuring that our next generation understand how to create a better shared community, celebrating our diversity and having respect and tolerance for the multiplicity of all cultures around them. I believe it is indicative of the Combat Hate program's impact to state that in every instance of episodic challenges over the last several months in the New York City DOE, not one has happened in a school where Combat Hate has been employed as a resource. Secondly, we are proud to be currently serving as an answer to local communities during the recent episodes, such as in Hillcrest High School, where we have been brought in as a trusted partner in a highly sensitive environment and are working cohesively and closely with the superintendent, the principal, and most importantly, the student leadership to properly engage in potentially charged conversations, to have them in a safe space and work to bring everybody together against hate in all its forms and facets. The Simon Wiesenthal Center looks forward to continuing its incredibly important partnership with the Borough of Queens and looks forward to being a key answer to showing the next generation the importance of bringing our communities together and empowering them to understand their personal social responsibility and ability to be upstanders, not bystanders, in combating hate.
Thank you so much for what you're doing, Michael. I couldn't think of a more important moment in history to do this sort of work, especially in light of October 7th. Wanted to know, do you have a number? Is there a request?
So right now, the reality is it's been an incredible partnership between your office, the city council, the state legislature, in trying to maximize the amount of programs we can do. Last year, we had about $1 million in public funding to do this, with a lot of it going to Queens. Like I said, including right now, and just give you an example, in Hillcrest, with what's going on, they asked us to come in, and usually we'll do one grade. They asked us if we can do the entire school. Yeah. So it's that was an extra $65,000 out of our budget that we didn't anticipate spending this year, but which we're happy to do and go into because the need is there and our commitment to Queens is there.
Well, so thank you for going in there, and that work is so important that you're doing in that school. And this really is the antidote to hate, making sure that education is happening. And we found a lot of promising kids, including the school body leader, Muhammad, who is there, who's been just a great resource and sort of being that go-between between the students and faculty and us. So I'm so grateful to hear that the chancellor actually is following through, because that was one of the things we wanted to see, is a community-based solution on addressing some of these issues. So to know you're in there is great. And we will definitely do all we can to continue to support your efforts.
I appreciate it. And just, we when we went in there also, what the new superintendent, the new principal said was, let's first also meet with some of the parents and the student leadership there. So there's communal buy-in.
Yep. And
they bought in immediately.
Yep.
And that's how this got to be usually us doing one grade there to us doing the whole school, because of the buy-in that was on the ground in the community. So the more we can do, the hopefully the better it will be. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. So we're gonna go to Siobhan Nova, Sunnyside Community Services.
Hi, thank you. Thanks so much. So good afternoon, everyone. Borough President Richards, Deputy Borough President Young, and everyone present today. I'm Siobhan Novoa, Associate Executive Director of Older Adult Services at Sunnyside Community Services. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to present today on behalf of the over 16,000 people we serve each year. And first, we want to thank you, Borough President Richards, for your continued support of our organization. We deeply appreciate you visiting our center several times, engaging with our members. They are very happy when you come over, as well as Deputy President Young, you've come, and it's just such a delight. You've been with us for times of celebration, like our holiday parties and a recent event honoring Martin Luther King Jr., but you've also demonstrated your support for those impacted by the devastating fire on December 20th in Sunnyside. And you've witnessed our organization is a vital resource for many Queens residents of all ages. Like many other community-based nonprofits that depend on city funding, we are very concerned about the possible budget cuts proposed by the mayor. Now is not the time, of course, to decrease program budgets that are helping the most vulnerable New Yorkers recover from the impacts of the pandemic and the economic turndown. And we call upon Borough President and the Queens delegation of the council to help us fight against these harmful cuts. And we also ask that you support the Just Pay campaign, which allows increased wages for human services workforce. So I just want to share quickly our main site in Sunnyside. It's surrounded by several hotels converted into migrant shelters. And we ask the city to rely more on local trusted community-based organizations. So I'm gonna also cut to the chase and share regarding our fiscal year 25 request. We respectfully request $20,000 to support our older adult services continuum. Each year, 7,000 participants partake in our center for senior services, benefit enrollment, case management, and where we can turn on home delivered meals. At the other end of the aging spectrum, we also request $10,000 for you to support our Woodside Houses Cornerstone Community Center and our Sonic Boulevard after-school program. The latter is focused on children living in family housing shelter. We're grateful for your support and thank you so much for the opportunity to present today.
And thank you for all of the work that you're doing, and thank you for stepping up in a time of need for those residents in Woodside who were devastated by that fire. And, you know, we often say that government has a responsibility, but we could not do this without our community-based organizations as well, who are rooted in the community. And we really want to thank you for opening up your doors to the Red Cross and to OEM and to others immediately after that fire to help our neighbors in crises. So I really just want to thank you. We're going to do everything that we can to continue to support you. And actually, it's funny you mentioned Woodside because I need to get to that center. I think I spoke to my scheduler about it, said we're long overdue to visit that center where you're doing some important work. Although we've been to your older adults center, which I always enjoy coming to.
We enjoy it when you come, Ebony. You've joined us, and we look forward to having you come to our cornerstone at Woodside. And really, it's a partnership. So thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. All right. Next, we'll go to South Asian Council for Social Services. Ms. Fernandez. South Asian Council for Social Services.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. There you go. Hello.
Hello. Thank you. Honorable Board President and other members of the board, my name is Mary Archana Fernandez, and I'm the Director for Family Support Services at SACS. Thank you for this opportunity today, and thank you, Board President, for your consistent support of our programs, especially towards our capital campaign, food security program, and senior support services. Your support enabled us to purchase a building which has tremendously enhanced our capacity to serve our clients. Our major focus areas are healthcare access and awareness, senior support, food security, mental health. We also provide legal clinics and basic and advanced English and computer classes. In 2023, we launched 2 new programs, Stitch with SACS, a 10-week tailoring class aimed at South Asian women who are looking to set up a home-based business, and Wednesdays for Women, a weekly wellness support group for South Asian women. Our culturally competent staff speaks 19 languages, which is crucial in serving the diverse community of Queens. Our food pantry, thanks to your support, has continued to serve culturally palatable food to families all over Queens through our curbside pickup and home delivery of groceries to the chronically ill. Each week, we serve over 70 1,700 families at the curbside pantry, and 110 households receive groceries at home. This is over 7,240 individuals per week. Our senior center provides seniors with opportunities of peer engagement and recreational activities in cultural and linguistically competent environment. Connection to benefits and healthcare, counseling services are all provided in multiple languages. All our services are free and provided in a safe and confidential manner. Some highlights from 2023, we served over 200,000 clients, our highest number to date. 2,950 individuals enrolled into health insurance, 3,650 with post-enrollment assistance, 16,500 seniors with connection to benefits and counseling services. Over the years, we have built a trusting relationship with immigrant communities. For them, we are the one place where they are assured of receiving a range of services in a safe and confidential space under one roof. We request $75,000 from the Queens Borough President towards our community services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing too. We always talk about our diversity and having organizations that are rooted in our communities at the forefront of these challenging times. So we really want to thank you. Look forward to continue to support.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Scott Thornhill from Alpha Point. Scott Thornhill.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right, great. Thank you so much. And I'm going to apologize if you happen to hear my screen reader, Mr. Borough President. So apologies for that. But it's great to be on here, and I appreciate your time, other distinguished attendees as well. My name is Scott Thornhill, and I'm the Public Policy Director for Alpha Point. We are members of the Queen Borough President's nonprofit network and a leading nonprofit organization with over 100 years of history serving people with visual impairments. We are seeking to empower individuals with vision challenges to achieve their goals and aspirations. And in furtherance of that mission, we purchased our new home in Richmond Hill in 2017. It was a strategic move, as currently Queens is faced with the following: over 200,000 individuals with visual impairments. The CDC says there's a looming 50% increase in the number of individuals with visual challenges due to chronic diseases like diabetes, environmental issues, and other factors. Over 70% of people who are blind are not working at this time. People who are blind have increased household expenses and are much more likely to live below the poverty line. Older adults who are having to move to care facilities instead of staying in their homes simply due to vision loss. And there's things we can do to keep those individuals in their homes. We bring expertise to help brighten futures for those searching for opportunities. And we're an opportunity with the following success. Over 4,000 individuals served in 2023. We've placed more people who are blind in jobs in the 5 boroughs than any other organization. Served older adults with daily living skills and basic technology training. Our employees, we're very proud of this. Our employees are very diverse. I can tell you vision loss does not discriminate. Approximately 30% of our employees are Asian, approximately 25% are African American, approximately 24% are white, 21% Latino or Hispanic, and 60% of our employees are blind across our entire enterprise. As the largest employer of people who are blind in New York State and the only organization in the 5 boroughs providing dedicated employment to this underserved group, we carry out a variety of business lines, as you have witnessed, Borough President, on your visit to us. We are kindly asking for program expenses across the council ask of $125,000 to continue services for training that we run the gamut for training individuals for jobs to training people to be able to stay in their own homes and ages that also run a wide span, and some additional capital funding as we move forward as well. So I thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Yes, thank you for the work that you're doing, and I was just overcome with joy when I visited your center to see the work that you're all doing for our visually impaired individuals across the borough. Really fascinated at every facet of the work that you're doing, and want to continue to support that. Is there a specific budget discretionary expense ask on the application?
We're going to have it on the application for 125,000 across the council, and for you as well. I know that's above what you would typically do, and so we're looking to spread that out amongst the delegation and that sort of thing, and that'll help us with employment programming, because we have people who come into us who have not worked. Some people have never worked before. Other people, it's been a long time, so we have to do basic training skills, also daily living skills. So it would cover all of those rehabilitation and employment training skills, as well for the discretionary expense funding.
Well, thank you so much for the work that you continue to do.
Thank you.
Rest of Alpha Point, and
we appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Have a great day. We'll go to now go to Helen Day, Richmond Hill Historic Society.
Oh, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here, President Richards. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and greetings to the board as well. My name is Helen Day. I'm president of the Richmond Hill Historical Society and have been a proud member of the Queens Borough President's nonprofit network since its inception. And we're grateful for that opportunity to work together. We work in our historical society to preserve and celebrate the history of our neighborhood, which was established in 1868 as a planned community. We hold 4 open meetings a year with historical presentations that are free and open to the public. We maintain an archive museum as a repository of historical memorabilia, including historical maps, photographs, books by local authors, artwork, items from local businesses from way back in the past. And we hold annual walking tours and special events and remember our veterans at the Buddy Monument every year with a wreath at Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and any opportunity that we can to include members of the community. We also give annual House and Garden Awards and have started a historic house plaque program. Part of North Richmond Hill is a historic district on the state and national register of historic places. We publish a quarterly newsletter for our members and answer many inquiries from people looking for information on their family history, no matter where they're living now, and their homes where they live in the area. So we help them extensively with that. Our funding request will help us to cover costs for maintaining, documenting, and adding to our archive collection. Some pieces are donated, but others we do purchase. Updating our website, purchase of historic markers and plaques, welcome kits for new homeowners, important for them to know the history of where they're living. Printing and mailing costs, costs for reprinting books, speaker fees, and awards. And we will be requesting $3,000 for fiscal year 25. We greatly appreciate your consideration. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for the work that you're doing.
You're welcome. I'm
Right.
also on the board of the Friends of Maple Grove Cemetery.
Oh, awesome. Right across the street.
Yes, Carl will be here tomorrow morning. I'm dropping him off.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you so much for preserving history and keeping it going. All righty. Now we're going to go to Positive Women United. Virtual. Sylvia. Positive Women United.
Well, I see them on Zoom. Can you unmute yourself, please? Seems like this is working.
Might have stepped away. All righty. All right. In the meantime, do we have any other individuals who wish to testify at this moment? All right, seeing none, this concludes our first day of fiscal year 2025. Oh, wait, she's unmuted.
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so very much. It's never too late to say Happy New Year. Thank you to Queens Borough, Donovan Richards, who continue to do empowerment work, advocacy, and on behalf representing Queens, the world's great city borough. And good afternoon to his esteemed panelists, to everyone here and his staff. Positive Women United is an award-winning 501c3 nonprofit organization for young girls and women of all ages, races, cultures, and ethnicities. We launched officially in 2017. We've been doing a lot of great work here. And we are definitely in desperate need of funding for a physical space, because as our resources and expanding our mission and purpose. It is beyond Queens, but since we are Queens-based, we want to have a primary focus on women in STEM, which we had partnered with Google last year, and they're reaching out to us to not only to collaborate, but to also sponsor upcoming events. And where me and my board team decided that we definitely need funding for not only for physical space, but we also wanted to address women health issues that's going on in Queens as well. So due to the health disparities among the young female youth and women of all ages and women in health studies, that's something that we wanted to implement in our advocacy, healthcare advocacy right here in Queens as well. And in addition, there's been a lot of outreach for us to also expand our mission and purpose in women in construction, bridging the gap to get women back to work, not only in the tradeswomen field, but also to empower women who want to expand in the construction trades industry. So we are in need and we're requesting 400,000. I think that would be an ideal number or realistic number, but that's something that we wanted to not only address on the funding needs, but also to expand on mission and purpose throughout Queens for young girls and women of all ages. We continue making a positive impact and positive difference for the young girls and women of all ages, races, cultures, and ethnicities. So we thank you to Queens Borough Donovan Richards and his team and his staff to continue empowering not only women, but also young girls here in Queens. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your testimony, and keep up the great work. All right. Are there other individuals who wish to testify? All right. Seeing none, this concludes our first day of our fiscal 2025 Queens Borough Board preliminary budget hearing. I want to thank everybody who came out to testify. I mean, all of you gave compelling testimony. You do important work. We cannot do this work without each and every one of you. So I want to thank you for your contribution, certainly, to the borough of Queens. And we'll be responding certainly to the mayor's fiscal year 2025 preliminary budget as we wrap up budget hearings tomorrow. I'm happy we were able to allow individuals and community-based organizations to share their voice and give them audience that they deserve. So I really want to once again thank all of the panelists who joined us throughout the day. This includes all of our community board chairs and district managers. Thank you for the work that you do every day, and the New York City Council Queens delegation and their staff members. Thank you for taking time to be here. Also just want to acknowledge my co-chairs, Deputy Borough President Ebony Young, my Chief of Staff, Michael Mallon, Deputy Chief of Staff, Brittany Scott, and Budget Director, Iraq Shanotsky. Thank you so much. And this concludes our first day of hearings. So this hearing is adjourned until tomorrow at what time? 10 a.m. tomorrow again. So we'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Thank you.